of the notifications to go out that we are live. And welcome to Journey into Freedom. I am your host, Red Gypsy. My co-host, Scarlet Anonymous, is, I don't really know. She's MIA tonight. Last I heard from her, her phone was going dead, and she wanted me to send the link somewhere else, and I don't have that number, so hopefully she gets it. Not sure if she will or won't. So tonight we are going to be talking some more about the secret universe of plants. We're going to be diving into some Soviet discoveries with plants way back in the day, and then possibly move forward into the plant universe into part 2, but we'll wait and see how long it takes us to get through that. We may cover a little bit of Epstein knowledge from the documentary that's floating around right now. To be honest, it's been really, really super hard for me to do any real research with it. Every time I start to watch it, it literally just makes me ill, and it's just really hard to go through and see how much this man really skated through with. So, that being said, I have been trying to get through it, but like I said, it's been a little difficult. Homestead updates. Today was pretty good. The week's been good. We've had a lot of storms up here this week, so that's been I guess usual but unusual. We haven't had quite this heavy rains in a long time, but we need them, so that's good. That being stated, other than that, things have been chugging along, doing pretty good. I have to go to the DMV tomorrow, which is going to be, I don't even know. Oh God, I don't even want to imagine what it's going to be like. It was so hard to even get the appointment scheduled and get everything set up to go renew my license, because I have to have a new picture, they said. So, it's just, I called to see if they were open. They are, and then by appointment only, and you had to make an appointment, and you had to go through the whole thing, but you couldn't make an appointment over the phone. You had to go online and do it all online. It was horrendous. But that'll be tomorrow's adventure. My state, Colorado, is still claiming a lot of COVID. rises and mandated masks in all public places, that's still happening. Um, it's been almost 2 weeks. They said that we were going to be mandated for 2 weeks. We haven't really been updated any further than that, other than, they're still saying that we're mandated. That's always an interesting little maneuver. Or like when your license expires and it takes you 4 weeks to get an appointment to be able to renew it. They want you to stay legal and doing everything the correct way, but then they deny you what you need in order to stay that way, like the ability to go to the DMV and renew your license. So I'm going to be interested to know if I'm made to wear the mask. Are we made to wear a mask when I get my ID picture taken or not? Good news. The guys went up on the up in high country, up for the mountain, and they got some wood, and they also got some fresh old man's beard. So that's good. That's exciting. And that will come in handy. And then Velma's training's coming along very well. Um, she was very mad with me today. Very, very mad at me today. Um, she was good up until we tried fly spray for the first time, and then it was not so amazing for her anymore. She was mad from that point forth, pretty much. But that's okay. She got over it, and she's back to her normal, trusting, loving self again. So that's all good. All right, so let's just jump into the plants because that seems to be the most popular thing lately, and thus we're gonna just get into that. I'm wondering, let me check my All right, I apologize about that. I got booted out. Not exactly sure how that happened, but, it did. All right. So let's get to the Soviet discoveries. So we're going to go to Russia. And at this time, there's going to be millions of newspaper readers that are going to be introduced to ideas about plants communicating feelings to man. And this is going to take place in 1970, October-ish. And it's because Pravada is going to publish an article that was titled, "What Leaves Tell Us. Plants Talk. Yes, they Scream," declared the official organ of the Communist Party. It only seemed misfortunes were accepted submissively and silently and bearing pain. Quote, "It only seems that they accept their misfortunes submissively and silently and bear pain." This reporter's name was Cherkov, and he told how he witnessed extraordinary things happening in Moscow when he visited the laboratory for artificial climates at the renowned Academy of Agriculture and Science. And he quoted, "Before my eyes, a barley sprout literally cried out when its roots were plunged into hot water. True, the plant's voice was registered only by a special and extremely sensitive electronic instrument which revealed a bottomless veil of tears on a broad paper band, as though it had gone crazy. The recording pen wriggled out on the white track the death agony of the barley sprout, although to look at the little plant itself, one would never have guessed what it was going through. While its leaves, green as ever, stood upright, the plant's organism was already dying. Some kind of brain cells within it were telling us what was happening." Now, this reporter also interviewed a professor, Professor Gunner, Ivan Gunner. He was the head of the Academy Department of Plant Psychology, and together with his staff, he performed hundreds of experiments, all of which confirmed the presence of electrical impulses in plants, similar to the well-known nerve impulses within men. The article in Pravada also took note that Gunnar talked about plants like he would people. He distinguished them by individual habits, characteristics, prolicatives. He even appeared to converse with them. It seemed to the writer that Gunnar's plants paid attention to the good graying man, and only persons that were invested with certain powers can be like this. He's never been told of a test pilot who talked to his misbehaving airplane, and he himself has met an old captain who talked to his ship. Gunner's chief assistant was Leonid Panishkin. He was a former engineer. He was asked by the Bravado reporter exactly why he gave up the technology in which he was trained in order to work in Gunner's laboratory. His answer was, well, there I used to be involved with metallurgy. Here, there is life. He was echoed by another young laboratory worker, Titana, who affirmed that since she had come to work with Gunner, she learned to look at nature with different eyes. Panishkin was particularly interested with searching out conditions that might best suit specific needs of plants and how our green friends, as the Bravado reporter termed them, react to light and darkness. They use special lamps that shone with the same intensity as the sun's rays reaching Earth, and he found plants tired in an overextended day and needed rest at night, just like us humans. He also hoped he might one day possibly, it might one day be possible to get plants to turn lights on or off in their own greenhouse at will, kind of like a live electric relay. Studies of Gunner team were open up new vistas in plant breeding. And since the laboratory, it was found that individual plants more resistant to heat, cold, and other climatological factors can be selected within minutes simply by testing plants with their instruments, although the qualities have taken genetics years to establish. Now, summer of 1971, an American delegation from the Association for Research and Enlightenment, also called ARE. They're founded by a seer and healer named Edgar Cayce. They were from Virginia Beach, Virginia, and they went to Russia. The four medical doctors, the Americans consisted of four medical doctors, two psychologists, one physicist, and two educators. They were shown a film by Panishkin entitled Are Plants Sentient? The film demonstrated effects produced on plants by environmental factors, including sunlight, wind, clouds, dark of night, tactical stimuli from flies and bees, injuries produced by chemicals and burning, and even proximity of a vine to a structure to which it might cling. It also showed immersion of a plant in chloroform vapors, eliminating characteristics and biopotential pulses normally apparent when a leaf is given a sharp blow. It was indicated that Russians are now studying characteristics of these pulses to establish relative degrees of plants' health. Right? Now, one of the American doctors, head of the ARE, Now, for those that don't remember, that's Association for Research and Enlightenment. William McGarry. He was also a medical he was head of ARE in Phoenix, Arizona. He made a report. Intriguing parts of the movie was the method used to record the data. Time-lapse photography made plants seem to dance as they grew. Flowers opened and closed with the coming of darkness as if they were creatures living in a different time zone. All injury-induced changes were recorded by sensitive polygraph attached to plants' leaves. Now, we're going to fast forward to 1972 in April. And now it's a Swiss newspaper called Weltwoche and published in Zurich. And it's going to come out with these accounts of both Baxter and Gunnar's work, which it said took place simultaneously and independently. The same week, the Swiss article is translated into Russian in a weekly review of the foreign press, Za Rubsam, published in Moscow by the USSR's Union of Journalists under the caption, The Wonderful World of Plants. These scientists said Russian versions are proposing, and I quote, proposing that plants receive signals and transmit them through special channels to a given center where the process of information and where they process the information. Then they prepare answering reactions. They believe there's a nervous center that is located in root tissue, which expands and contracts like a heart muscle within a man. These experiments show that plants have a definitive life rhythm and die when they don't get regular periods of rest and quiet. The article also caught the attention of the editors of the Moscow newspaper, who assigned the reporter to do a story for the paper's weekly magazine supplement. Though the newsman referred to Baxter's suggestion that plants might have memory, language, and even rudiments of altruism, he strongly omitted Baxter's most startling discoveries, that his philodendron had perceived his intent to harm it. Deciding that, and I quote, sensations was being propagated in Western newspapers, he traveled to Leningrad, where he interviewed Vladimir Karamonov, and he was the director of the Laboratory of Biocybernetics of the Institute of Agrophysics in order to get an authoritative opinion. Give me just 1 second. I'll be right back.
I need to.
Okay. Now, it caught the attention of the Moscow newspaper. They assigned their reporter to do the story for the paper's weekly magazine supplement. This reporter is Mataviv. Now, he goes and he interviews Vladimir. And at the Institute of Agrophysics, the founder, over 40 years ago, at the best of the renowned solid-state physicists, academician Abram Fedorovsky Ioff became particularly interested in the practical applications of physics to design new products in the industry of agriculture. Now, after the Institute opened its doors, the young biologist was inspired by Aoff to familiarize himself with the world of semiconductors and cybernetics, and in due course began building microthermistors, weight tensiometers, and other instruments to register the temperature of these plants, the flow rate of the fluid in their stems and leaves, as well as the intensity of their transparency, their growth rates, and their characteristics, and of their radiation. He picked up detailed information on when and how much a plant wants to drink, if it craves nourishment, if it's too hot, if it's too cold. The first reports in the USSR Academy of Sciences for 1959, Karavmor published the application of automation and cybernetics to plant husbandry. According to the reporter, Karavmanov showed that an ordinary bean plant had acquired the equivalent of hands to signal an instrumental brain and how much light it needed. When the brain sent the hand signals, they had only to press a switch, and the plant was thus afforded the capability of independently establishing the optimal length of its day and its own night. The same bean plant, having acquired the equivalent of legs, was able instrumentally to signal whenever it wanted water, showing itself to be a fully rational being. It did not guzzle the water indiscriminately, limited itself to a 2-minute drink each hour, and regulated its water need with the help of an artificial mechanism. This was a genuine scientific and technical sensation, concluded the reporter. This was a clear demonstration of 20th century man's technical ability. Now, asked whether he thought Baxter had discovered something new, Karavmanov somewhat concedingly replied, "Nothing of the sort. Plants are able to perceive the surrounding world is truth as old as the world itself. Without perception, and adaptation does not and cannot exist. If plants had no sense organs and didn't have a means of transmitting and processing information within their own language and memory, they would have inevitably already perished." Throughout the interview, he made not a single comment on plants' ability to perceive human thought or emotion. Now, Baxter's really sensational discovery and seemed oblivious of Baxter's success in getting his philodendron to recognize a plant assassin, rhetorically asked the reporter, "Can plants discern shapes? Can they, for instance, differentiate a man causing them hurt from another who waters them?" Replying to his own question while at the same time putting Baxter into what he considered to be a proper perspective for Soviet readers, he said that today I cannot answer such a question, and not because I doubt that Baxter's experiments were immaculately set up and repetitively performed, though perhaps a door slammed or a draft wafted into a room. The fact is that neither he nor we nor anyone else in the world is yet ready to decipher that all plants' responses hear and understand what they say to one another or what they shout at us. He also predicted that in the long run it would be possible cybernetically to direct all of the psychological processes of plants. As he put it, for the sale of sensation, but for the advantage of plants themselves. When plants are able to actually auto-regulate their own environment and establish an optimal condition for their own growth with help of electronical instruments. He believed that this should be a long step toward larger harvests of cereal, grains, vegetables, fruits, and so forth, making clear that these achievements were not just around the corner. We're not just learning to talk with plants and understand their peculiar language. We are working out criteria which will help us to control the life of plants along this difficult but fascinating road. A multitude of surprises is still awaiting us. Now, the Izvestia article was followed that summer with a story in a monthly magazine, Science and Religion, which was a dual aim of putting forward the latest findings in world science while at the same time playing down in a section headed The Theory and Practice of Atheism. The church defended notion of spiritual world hierarchically beyond that of man. Now, the author was an engineer, Merklevo. Going further than the weekend supplement, recounted how the plant of the American criminologist Baxter had not only responded to the scalding death of brine shrimp, but also to the killer of its vegetable neighbor. Such responses to people's moods had been detected at other state universities, such as Alma Ata, capital of the Soviet Kosovik Republic, an apple orchard of the Soviet Union, and that their scientists also found that plants repeatedly react to their owners' illnesses as well as their emotional states. Nothing that plants had long ago been shown to have short term memory. He noted that they did, and that this fact too had been confirmed by Kazian scientists. Beans, potatoes, wheat, and crowfoot, after proper instructions, seem to have capabilities of remembering frequencies and flashes of xenon hydrogen lamps. And these plants could repeat the pulsations with what Merkelov called exceptional accuracy. And since Crowfoot was able to repeat a given frequency after a pause as long as 18 hours, it's possible to speak of long term memory within plants. So, scientists then went forward, according to Merklevo, to condition a philodendron to recognize a piece of mineralized rock when put beside of it. Using the system developed by Pavlov with the dogs, whereby he discovered the conditioned reflexes, Casva scientists simultaneously punished a philodendron with electrical shocks each time mineralized ore was placed next to it. They reported, after conditioning, that this same plant would anticipate a hurtful shock and would get emotionally upset whenever the block of ore was put beside of it. Furthermore, the scientists went forward with the plants and said that they could distinguish between mineralized ore and similar pieces of barren rock containing no minerals, and a feature which might indicate also that plants will one day be used in geological prospecting. Now, wouldn't that be something? Merklava concludes his reportings with ideas that the control of all processes in plant growth was the ultimate goal of all of the new experimentation. In an institute of physics in the Siberian city of Krasnoyarsk, he wrote, physicists are even now regulating the growth of monocellular seaweed, chlorella. Experiments are continuing and becoming increasingly complex. No doubt, in the not distant future, scientists should be able to control growth not only of simple but higher plants. He beguiled readers at this time with the idea that the control would be well possible over great distances. By studying how to understand plants, he prophesied at that time, and I quote, men may create automatic contra man may create automatic contrivances which themselves will watch over fields in such a way that at any given moment they can satisfy the every need of a crop. The day is not far away when scientists will also work out a theory on the adaptation and resistance of plants to unpleasant conditions in their environment, which will encompass how they react to irritants and to stimulators and herbicides as well. Now, we're going to go forward to 1972 towards the end of it, and Soviet readers are going to be given more food for thought in the next article of Flower Recall, which is going to be published in the popular Color Knowledge is Power, one of the many magazines that's issued by the Knowledge Society, which this is the leading organization in popular sciences in the USSR at this time. The author is not news hungry journalists, and they're inspired engineers and professors and doctors of psychological science. The end Pushkin, far from suggesting that American criminologist Baxter had really not discovered anything new, Pushkin began with a complete description of Baxter's shrimp experiment. He let readers in on the fact that one of his young colleagues, V.M. Vistio, had made him aware of Baxter's accomplishments and determined to work with the Baxter effect. He persuaded Pushkin to take part in experiments, and he brought an ordinary potted geranium from his home and attached it to the encephalograph. Now, Festivio was making first attempts at getting his response from his pet plant. Giorgio Angucia, who is a Bulgarian student and works up a dissertation in psychology at Lenin Pedagogical Institute in Moscow. And he hears about this Festo Pushkin experiment, and he comes to the laboratory to see what is happening. Pushkin describes to Angliovich, a talented researcher with many qualities, the most important of which to their psychobotanical experiments, as he termed them, was the fact that this Bulgarian was an excellent hypnotist. So, Fetsov and Pushkin surmise that a hypnotized person would be able to send emotion to a plant more directly and spontaneously than a person in a normal state, hypnotizing a very young girl by the name of Tanya, who was described by Pushkin as having a lively temperament and spontaneous emotionality. They implanted her with the notion that she was one of the most beautiful women in the world, and then the notion that she was freezing in harsh, raw weather. At each change in the girl's mood, the plant, which was attached to the encephalograph, responded with an appropriate pattern on the graph. They were able, says Pushkin, to get an electrical reaction as many times as they worked, even to the most arbitrary of command. 2. Obviate criticism that the plant's response was only the result of chance events taking place within the room. The Muscovite psychologists switched on their encephalograph and let it run for long periods between their experiments, but the instruments never registered any other reactions of any other kind that were ever invoked in the plant by emotions suggested to a hypnotized subject. Now, Pushkin and Festivov decided that they were going to go further. Can the plant detect lies, as Baxter claimed? It was suggested to Tanya that she think of a number from 1 to 10. At the same time, she's told she would never reveal the number, even if pressed to do so. When the researchers counted slowly from 1 to 10, pausing after each digit to inquire whether it was the one she had thought of, each time Tanya responded with a decisive no. The psychologists could not see any difference in her answers. The plant gave a specific and very clear reaction to the state of her being at the number 5 counted. This was the number which Tanya actually selected and promised not to reveal. Now Pushkin had a conclusion stating he felt strongly that by pursuing courses initiated by Baxter, it could be possible to make advances into the thorny problem of human brains functioning. which Pavlov, over half a century ago, had called the crown of early nature. Now, seizing opportunity for political remarks, Pushkin reminded those who might look askance at his and Festikov's new research that at the opening of the Moscow Institute of Psychology in 1914, Pavlov declared a task of unlocking mysteries of the brain and its activity, so unexpressibly enormous and complex that it depends on the totality of the thought's resources, namely complete freedom and bold deviation from set patterns of research. So, when we use Pavlov as the shield against what he obviously thought would be attacks from professional colleagues, Pushkin stresses the renowned psychologist's statement, up to date in 1972, as when he had made it, lest his message is no less important. Experience in the development of natural sciences, especially physics, has shown that one should not fear new discoveries, however paradoxical they might seem at the first glance. Now, in conclusion, the Moscow professor is going to speculate that vegetal cells in the flower react to processes taking place within the nervous system of human subjects, or in what is vaguely referred to as their emotional state. Seeking a meaning for the flower's reaction, Pushkin writes, and I quote, perhaps between two informational systems, the plant cells and the nervous system, a specific link exists. The language of the plant cell may be related to that of the nerve cell. Those wholly different living cells seem to be able to understand one another. Pushkin's is going to further theorize at this time cells of a flower that take place, processes somehow related to mentation, and asserted that man's psyche, the word which he says is yet entirely undefined at this time, even by ologists of his own discipline, and the perception, thought, and memory connected to it are all just a specialization of processes existing at the level of vegetal cells. Pushkin is going to assert that in conclusions, most important since it will open new thinking about the origin of the nervous system. And in noting the development of science, many different answers have been proposed for what constitutes actual informational material in human thought. Pushkin's going to skip slightly over various theories and range from the one that holds nerve cells to be elements of living cybernetic computers, to the one which claims that not the cells, but the molecules of matter within them may actually be the basic informational units. What is actually irritating the flower? Asked Pushkin. Then answered that it might turn out to be some kind of biophysical structure, the ejection of which beyond the confines of human organism takes place the moment a marked emotional state is reached and carries information about a person from whom it is actually ejected. Now, whether this is truth or turns out to be, Pushkin's going to continue forward and saying one thing he knew for a fact. Research into the plant and man interrelationships can definitely shed light on some of the most urgent problems in contemporary psychology. Magic and mystery of the world of plants lying beyond these scientific doings have also recently become subject of the new book, Grass. This was popular Salavial writer Vladimir, which appeared in 4 issues of 3 million circulation magazines, Science and Life, at the end of 1972. He was born a country boy in a village outside of ancient city of Vladimir in northern Russia. Saluskin became fascinated with the Pravda account of Gunner's work and wondered why it had not evoked more excitement with fellow Russians. He's quoted as saying perhaps the elements of memory in plants are superficially treated, but at least there are but at least they are in black and white. Yet no one calls his friends and neighbors. No one shouts in drunken voice over the telephone, "Have you heard the news?" Plants can feel. They can feel pain. They can cry out. Plants remember everything. When Solzhenitsyn began telephoning friends with his own excitement, they learned from one of them that a prominent member of the Soviet Academy of Sciences that was working in a new town inhabited almost exclusively by research scientists on the outskirts of Siberia's largest industrial center had stated, "Don't be amazed, we too are carrying out many experiments of this kind, and they all point to one thing. Plants have memory. They are able to gather impressions and retain them over very long periods of time. We had a man molest, even torture a geranium for several days in a row. He pinched it, tore it, pricked its leaves with a needle, dripped acid on its living tissues, burned it with a lighted match, and cut its roots. Another man took tender care of the same geranium, watered it, worked its soil, sprayed it with fresh water, supported its heavy branches, treated its burns and wounds. When electrode when we electroded our instruments to the plant, what do you think? No sooner did the torturer come near the plant than the recorder of the instrument began to go wild. The plant didn't just get nervous, it was afraid, it was horrified. If it could have, it would have either thrown itself out the window or attacked the torturer. Hardly had this inquisitor left and the good man taken his place near the plant, then the geranium was appeased. Its impulses died down. The recorder traced out smooth, one might almost say tender lines on the graph. So now we have a plant's ability to recognize friend and foe. Soviet researchers noted one plant supplied with water can somehow share it with a deprived neighbor. Another institute of research, they used a cornstalk planted in a glass container and denied it water for several weeks. Yet it did not die. It remained as healthy as other cornstalks planted in normal conditions nearby. Some way, say Soviet botanists, water was transferred from healthy plants to the prisoner in the jar. They have no idea how this was accomplished. Fantastic as it seems, plant to plant transfer has been taking place in England in experiments that began all the way in 1972 by Dr. A.R. Bailey. Two plants, artificial lit greenhouse, temperature, humidity, and light carefully controlled, suffering from lack of water. Bailey has collaborators measure voltages generated between two parts of both plants. When one plant was watered from outside through basic tubes, the other plant would react. Now, Bailey told British Society of Dowsers there was no electrical connections between them, no physical connection whatsoever, but somehow one plant picked up that what was going on with the other. Now, in the book Grass, the title of which conveys, as with Carl Sandburg, Walt Whitman, or Pete Seeger, the most extended meaning of the word grass, or indeed everything growing, took to task a lack of sensitivity to the vegetal world around them on the part of the Soviet populace. Targets of criticism, including agriculture bureaucrats, individual collective farmers, lumber executives, and even salesgirls in Moscow flower shops. Human observation, writes Skolkin ironically in the opening chapter of Grass, is so precise that we begin to notice that very air we breathe only when it is insufficient for our needs. More exactly, I should say, value rather than notice. We do not really value air or even think about it so long as we can breathe normally without a difficulty. Adding on, man prides himself on vast array of knowledge. Like radio technicians, he wants to know how to repair and receive without understanding theatrical essences of radio waves, or like caveman ancestors who put fire to use while unaware of the process of rapid oxidation. Today, We squander heat and light, yet have not the slightest clue to or interest in their original essence. Man is equally callous about the fact that land around him is green. We trample grasses into dirt. We strip the land with bulldozers and caterpillar treads. We cover it with concrete and hot asphalt. We dispose of waste from our infernal industrial machines. We dump upon it crude oil, rubbish, acids, alkalis, other poisons. But there, but is there that much grass? Man in boundless grassless wilderness, the product of a cosmic or perhaps humanly non-cosmic catastrophe, seeking to revoke wonder for nature in the hearts of an overabundant Soviet youth. There's a prisoner who's incarcerated in a dank cell, finding pages of an old book and a tiny seed smaller than a pinhead. Overcome with emotion at the first visible sign of real life he has seen for years, this prisoner imagines that the microscopic seed is all that remains from the former luxuriant and festive plant kingdom in the great world outside of his prison. He plants the seed in a small bit of earth in the corner of his cell, and it has a small little ray of sunlight, and he waters it with tears, and the prisoner waits. Solushkin accepts this wonder as a true miracle ignored by man only because it is repeated thousands of billions of times daily. Even if all of the world's chemical and physical laboratories, with their complex reagents, precise analysis, and electronic microscopes, were placed at the prisoner's disposal, even if the prisoner studied the seeds, every cell, atom, and atomic nucleus, he still would not be able to read the mysterious program lying within the seed, to lift the impenetrable veil which could cause it to transform itself into a juicy carrot, a branch of sweet-scented dill, or a radiant-colored aster. He fascinated with the statement by Zablin, doctor of geographical sciences and Moscow University professor, who in his article, Dangerous Delusions, in one of the USSR's leading opinion forums, wrote, "We are only beginning to comprehend the language of nature, its soul, its reason. Inner world of plants is very hidden from our gaze behind 77 seals. Though these lines were in no way emphasized in the printed column, they appeared like bold-faced type." During a trip to Paris, Solkian is happy to observe florist shops scattered in all and even the poorest districts of French capital. Finding a decent bouquet of flowers in the Soviet capital, he says, can become the object of a day-long search. So, recently attacked two views of Soviet agriculture officials. In 1972 October issue of Literature Gazette, he deplores the abandon with which generations old natural Russian cereal crops being plowed and planted to grasses for animal fodders. We could cover Europe with hay and green grass from meadows and build haystacks extending from the Mediterranean to Scandinavia. So why don't they? The rhetorical question only provoked an angry rebuttal from the USSR's Deputy Minister of Agriculture, who insisted on upholding the status quo. Now, in a battle very similar to that taking place in the United States and other countries at this time, he is unremittingly denouncing unecologically minded industrialists in his country who are turning the rivers and lakes into cesspools and despoiling its forests, all in the name of increased production, seeking to reverse a half century of communist dicta. This passionate lover of nature, its defender and bard, to quote one of the publishers, exhort countrymen to cooperate with rather than subdue nature. The Soviets are bent on introducing the idea of substituting for the burning of coal, oil, and natural gas three forms of preserved solar energy originally captured by plants. New, more direct and pollution free ways to tap the sun were revealed in articles first in 1973 in Chemistry and Life. This article pointed to the research of the American Nobel Prize winner Melvin Calvin in photosynthesis, wherein he discovers that plant chlorophyll, under the influence of the sun's rays, can give up electrons to a semiconductor such as zinc oxide. Melvin and coworkers are going to create green photo element, which is going to produce a current approximately 0.1 microamperes per square centimeter. Several minutes After several minutes, said the Soviet magazine, plant chlorophyll can then become desensitized or exhausted, but its life could be extended by the addition of hydroquinone to the salt solution, which acts as an electrolyte. So chlorophyll seems to act as a kind of electron pump, passing electrons from hydrochloric to the semiconductor. So Calvin calculates that chlorophyll photoelement with an area of 10 square meters could yield a full kilowatt of power. Now theorized in the next quarter century, such photoelements could be manufactured on an industrial scale and would be 100 times cheaper than silicone solar batteries now being experimented with at the time. Even if the direct conversion of sunlight into energy via plant chlorophyll is not realized by the year of 2000, Chemistry and Life said then, it wouldn't put too much of a burden on man to wait a few decades longer when he considers the millions of years it took to convert plants into coal. Soviet readers were being offered the notion that plants could one day directly produce energy for man's needs from the sun. Gunnar, together with an increasing number of young Soviet scientists, continue to probe awareness of plants to determine, for instance, how their reactions may serve as an index of frost, cold, and heat, resistance in varieties of barley and cucumbers, and of disease potentials in potatoes. A clue to where Professor Gunnar got original inspirations to launch this series of detailed ongoing studies on plants, repercussions throughout Soviet republics, is to be found in articles published in 1958 by A.M. Sinyukian. The College of Gunners refers to an outstanding Indian psychologist and biophysicist whose work was buried during his lifetime by Western science and hardly ever cited since his death. He goes all the way back to the 1920s. Kilament, in whose honor the Moscow Agriculture Academy is named, heralded this work as introducing a new epoch in the development of world science. This unheralded genius developed an apparatus startling in its simplicity and sensitivity to counter the entrenched idea of the German botanists who that communication in plant tissue is simply hydrostatic. In so doing, he was able to measure in hundreds of seconds of time needed for a signal to travel along stems of various plants. Now, being made clear that the USSR's plant men were so impressed by the achievements of this Indian scientist that they were going to mount a research campaign based directly upon his long ignored conclusion. 1958 December, There's a meeting that is going to be held in the main conference hall of the USSR Academy of Sciences in celebration of the 100th anniversary of the Indian sage's birth. Three leading academians summed up for huge crowd assembly fantastic breakthroughs which the Indian had made not only in plant psychology but in physics and in the vital and up to then unheard of links between the distinct disciplines. Many years during the course of which whirlwind developments have taken place in biophysics. One of the leading Russian pioneers in radiobiology and space medicine said, separate us from the time this Indian's work appeared, but reading his works today, one still senses in them an unexpected and fruitful source of a whole chain of ideas in contemporary science. Another great speaker said, the green world of plants, seeming to us so immobile and insensitive, came miraculously to life and appeared no less and often even more sensitive than animals and man. 6 years later, the Soviet Union honored this neglected scientist by publishing in 2 handsomely illustrated volumes his selected works together with copious commentaries, including one entire book, which had first made its appearance over half a century before in 1902, Response in the Living and Non-Living. In these works, Sir Jages Chandra Bose managed to accomplish the essential requirement of the 20th century, an amalgamation of the wisdom of the ancient East with the precise scientific techniques and language of modern West. Now, what we are learning is that they were learning way back then about using plant cells for solar. And we're still so behind in solar that it's kind of hard to believe that they had all of this so readily available to them then. Now, we're going to go to the eastern coast now. And we're going to go to the subcontinent of India and an old state of Bengal. And we're going to look at 4 acres of ground off Archeria. I'm not going to try to pronounce that word. Road north of Calcutta University. And it's a complex of buildings, and they're made of fine grayish purple sandstone, classic design, pre-Mohammedan India. Main edifice, known as the Indian Temple of Science, bears an inscription that reads, "This temple is dedicated to the feet of God for bringing honor to India and happiness to the world." Now, I do not have a way to play commercials or do any of that stuff in here right now. Still waiting to hear from Scarlett. Haven't heard from her yet. And we are going to jump forward more with this title in just a moment.
without me.
All right. So, inside the entrance of the temple is a glass case, and it contains a series of very intriguing instruments that were devised. Well, at this time, more than 50 years ago, to measure growth and behavior of plants down to their minutest detail by magnification, processing up to 100 million times. The instruments stand in their cases in mute testimony to the geniuses of great Bengali scientists who worked united in one man the fields of physics, psychology, and sociology, and who found out more about plants than anyone before and perhaps after, and remains almost completely unmentioned in classical histories of subjects in which he actually specialized. The buildings, as well as their gardens, are institutes of research built by Bose. Now, his work in the field of plant psychology in the Encyclopedia Britannica could only say that nearly half a century after his death, that it was so much in advance of his time, it could not be precisely evaluated. Bose was still a child. His father had already painfully discerned, or passed away in 1852, the main impact of the British education system on Indian children, and the imposition of a slavish and monotonous imitation of all things Western and requirement to learn by rote. Senior Bose therefore sent his son to a simple village rather than a colonial primary school. Age of 4, Bose was carried to his classroom on the shoulders of reformed gang robber, or Dakati, who could find employment after a long jail term with no one but Bose's father. Dakati, the boy, absorbed stories of savage battles and adventurous escapades. Also exposed to natural goodness of man who had been befriended after being rejected by society as a criminal, no nurse, Bose wrote in his later life, could have been kinder than this leader of lawless men, though he scoffed at the judicial strictures of society and had the deepest veneration for natural and moral law. Bose's early contracts in peasantry also were crucial to his own aspirations of the world. Later, he told an academic gathering, it was for those who till the ground and make the land blossom with green verdure, from the sons of fisher folk, who told stories of strange creatures that frequented the depths of mighty rivers and of stagnant pools, that he first derived a lesson of that which constituted true manhood. From them, too, he drew his love of nature. Bose graduated from St. Xavier's College. Brilliant teacher, Father Lafont, very impressed by young man's aptitude in physics. 1.5. As well as the mathematics, he wanted him to go to England and read for the civil service examinations. Bose's father personally experienced the deadening nature of that profession, advised his son to become not an administrator, but a scholar with the prospect of ruling nobody but himself. At Christ College, Bose was taught physics, chemistry, and botanical sciences by such luminaries as Lord Raleigh, discoverer of argon in the air, and Francis Darwin, son of the evolutionary theorist. Having passed Tripos examinations, Bose went to take bachelor's degree in science following years at London University. Bose was appointed professor of physics at Calcutta's Presidency College, repeatedly the best in India. Appointed The appointment was protested by the college's principal and by the director of Bengal's public instructions, who maintained the all too usual view that no Indian was competent to teach science. To get back to Bose for being recommended over their heads by a letter from Postmaster General to the Viceroy, they offered him a special appointment at a salary only half that of the English professors and gave him no faculties to carry on research. In protest, Bose refused to touch monthly salary check for 3 years. This obliged him to live in bitter deprivation, more so as his father had fallen heavily into debt. Bose was brilliant as a teacher and was attested by the fact that no roll call had to be instituted in a classroom that Bose was teaching. He always packed his room to the walls. Bowing to his obvious talents, authorities who had snubbed him finally decided to give position at full pay. Bose had no resources other than his own salary, a 20 square foot room to serve as a laboratory, and an illiterate tinsmith whom he trained as his mechanic. In 1894, his work began to improve instruments recently devised by Heinrich Rudolf Hertz to transmit Hertzian or radio waves through the air. Hertz, who died that same year at the premature age of 37, startled the world of physics by fulfilling his laboratory the prediction of the Scottish physicist James Clerk Maxwell. Nearly 20 years before that, the waves of any electrical disturbance in the ether. Now, the variety and scope of which was far from known, world like those of visible light, be reflective, refractable, and polarizable. While macaroni and bologna was still trying to transmit electric signals through space without wires, a race he was to win officially against similar efforts by Lodge in England, Merhead in the United States, and Popov in Russia. Bose had already succeeded in 1895, the year before Macaroni's patent was issued. At a meeting in the Calcutta Town Hall, presided over Sir Alexander Mackenzie, the Lieutenant Governor of Bengal. Bose transmitted electric waves from the lecture hall through 3 intervening walls and Mackenzie's portly body to a room 75 feet away, where they tripped a relay which threw a heavy iron ball fired off of a pistol and blew up a small mine. Bose's accomplishment began to attract attention of British Royal Society, equivalent of the Academic of Science in other countries. This led Lord Raleigh's behest invited Bose to publish a paper in its proceedings on the determination of the wavelength of electrical radiation. He offered him a subsidy from its parliamentary grant for the advancement of this science, and this was followed by Bose's being awarded a doctorate of science by the London University. The Electrician, leading journal in its field, came forward to suggest that on the basis of Bose's work, it might now become practical to place electromagnetic transmitters in lighthouses and receivers on ships, offer mariners a third eye capable of penetrating fog. In England, Bose is going to give a lecture, and this is going to be on the apparatus for investigating electromagnetic waves before he does a meeting of the British Association for the Advancement of Science in Liverpool. And then Lord Kelvin is going to be so impressed that he's going to get limped up to the ladies' gallery to congratulate Bose's beautiful wife in the most glowing terms on her husband's brilliant work. It's going to be triumph followed in 1897, January, and Bose is going to get an invitation to address the Royal Institute on a Friday evening discourse, which, since the Institute's establishment, had become the principal venue for announcements of fresh and monumentous investigations and discoveries. Bose's addresses the Times, and he wrote, "The originality of the achievement is enhanced by the fact that Dr. Bose had to do the work in addition to his insistent duties and with apparatus and appliances which in this country could be deemed altogether inadequate." The Spectator, echoing this accolade, announced, "There's something of rare interest in the spectacle of Bengali, of the purest descent, lecturing in London to an audience of appreciative European savants upon one of the most recondite branches of modern physical science." Yeah. Now, back in India, Bose is going to be buoyed to find that a communication signed by Lord Lister, who at that time is the president of the Royal Society, as well as some other scientific luminaries, is going to be sent to the Secretary of State for India, recommending that a center for research and advanced teaching in physics worthy of that great empire is established under Bose's direction at Presidency College. I need a little sip, guys. Now, hashtag Colorado Life with Red. I got some good distillate. It's pretty tasty. Right now it's Granddaddy Perp, which is kind of a sweet, almost dark flavor. Molasses type reminding. So need a little of that. Well, I wonder how long that was in effect. Apparently, I lost signal and it dropped me, and I don't know for how long that was happening, so I apologize for that. I'm getting a little sippy sip. This is why I like to have co-hosts or comments or something to interact with so I can, take these small little breaks. speaking for 3 hours on subjects can get very, very difficult on the voice. So forgive me when I need to take these little moments and get a little sippy sip, get a little something to suck on for a minute. How's everybody doing tonight? Who's out there? And at the bottom, scrolling across the screen, is the way that you can join me live and discuss these things with me. Now we're despite recommendations and an immediate grant by the imperial government of 40,000 lira to set up this center, forthwith mean-minded, jealous functionaries in the Bengal education department succeeded in tying up the project so that it never came to fruition. The gesture of the fellow Bengali, the poet Rabindranath Tagore, later to win Nobel Prizes for literature, alleviated Bose's disappointment and came especially to greet him. And when he didn't find him at home, he left a huge magnolia blossom as a token in tribute. Doggedly pursuing research whenever the press of the teaching duties and backbiting climates of the college offered him a spare moment, Bose published papers on behavior of electric waves. These were published in 1898 in Proceedings of Royal Society and in Great Britain's foremost popular scientific journal, Nature. 1899, Bose noticed strange facts that his metallic coher for receiving radio waves became less sensitive if continuously used, but returned to normal after a period of rest. This led to the conclusion metal, however inconceivably, might exhibit a recovery from fatigue similar to that which took place in tired animals and people. Further work began to convince Bose boundary lines between so-called non-living metals and living organisms was tenuous indeed. Spontaneously moving from the domain of physics into that of psychology, Bose began a comparative study of curves of molecular reaction in inorganic substances and those in living animal tissue. To his awe and his surprise, the curves produced by slightly warmed magnetic oxide of iron showed striking resemblance to those of muscles in both response and recovery, diminished with exertion, and the consequent fatigue could be removed by gentle massage or by exposure to bath or a warm water. Mental components reacted in animal-like ways. A metal surface etched with acid, when polished to remove all trace of the etching, exhibited reactions in its acid-treated sections, which could not be elicited in those non-treated. Bose ascribed to the affected sections some kind of lingering memory of the treatment. Potassium, he found, he found paper of recovery was almost totally lost if it was treated with various foreign substances. This seemed to parallel the reactions of muscular tissue to poisons. 1900, he's going to do a presentation at the International Congress of Physics in Paris. The exhibition is called De la Gente de. It's this big, huge, long thing, and they do not. Fundamental unity among the apparent diversity of nature. It is difficult to draw a line and say that here the physical phenomena is going to end and here the psychological begins. The Congress was, by Bose's earth-shaking suggestion, that the gulf between the animate and inanimate might not be as broad and unspannable as generally believed. Its secretary declared himself stunned. Enthusiasm of fellow physicists not matched by psychologists who were invited. And in September, a meeting of physics section of the British Association for the Advancement of Science at Bradford. Bose's research overlapped into territory which they considered private preserve. The psychologists listened with hostile silence while Bose read a paper contending that Hertzian waves could be used as a stimulating agent on tissues and that metal response was analogous to that of tissue. To meet the physiologists on their ground, Bose meticulously adapted his experiments to an accepted electromotive variation, to which they could accustom and again and get similar curves of muscles and metals responding to the effects of fatigue or of stimulating, depressing, or poisoning drugs. Shortly thereafter, it dawns on Bose a striking continuity between such extremes as metals and animal lives were real. He should also be able to get similar effects in ordinary vegetable plants, which, because they were held to have no nervous system, were universally reckoned as unresponsive. Picking several horse chestnut leaves from a tree in a garden by his lab, Bose found that they responded to various blows, in which the same way as had his metals and muscles. Very excited by these results, he betook himself to his greengrocer. He purchased a bag of carrots, a bag of turnips, which of all vegetables appeared the most solid, non-sentient, and found them to be highly sensitive. When he chloroformed plants, he discovered that he could successfully anesthetize an animal, and that when the narcotic vapor was blown away from fresh air like animals, they revived. Chloroform being used to tranquilize a huge pine tree. Bose then was able to uproot it, transplant it, and not have fatal shock of the operation. Sir Michael Foster is a secretary, Royal Society, comes to Bose laboratory to see him for himself what Bose showed Cambridge in his recordings. Come now, Bose, what is the novelty of the curve? We have known it for at least half a century. But what do you think it is? Bose persisted quietly. Why, a curve of muscle response, of course, Foster testily answered. When looking in the depths of haunting brown eyes, Bose finally stated, pardon me, but it is the response of metallic tin. What? Foster shouted aghast. and jumped from his chair. 10? Did you say 10? Bose showed him all of his results. Foster was thrilled, astounded even. He invited Bose immediately to give an account of his discoveries at another Friday evening discourse at a Royal Institute and offered to communicate his paper personally to the Royal Society in order to secure his priority. Now, that's kind of a big deal for Bose at the time. Bonnie, my dear, hi. Thank you. How have you been, Bonnie? Welcome, welcome, welcome to Journey into Freedom. We've been on about an hour and a half now. Still talking about plants, obviously. You have such a lag, dear heart. You'll get to me, though, when you get to hear me ask you. I did take the moment, though, to get another little sucky candy and a sip. And all right. So, May 10th, 1901, Bose marshals all results obtained over 4 years and demonstrates each one of them with a comprehensive series of experiments before ending with this. I have shown you this evening autographic records of the history of stress and strain in the living and non-living. How similar are the writings? So similar indeed that you cannot tell one apart from the other. Among such phenomena, how can we draw a line of demarcation and say, here the physical ends and there the psychological begins? Such absolute barriers do not exist. It was when I came upon the mute witness of these self-made records and perceived in them one phase of a pervading unity that bears within it all things, the mote that quivers in ripples of light, the teeming life upon our earth, and the radiant suns that shine above us. It was then that I understood for the first time a little of that message proclaimed by my ancestors on the banks of the Ganges 30 centuries ago. They who see but one in all the changing manifoldness of this universe, unto them belongs eternal truth. Unto none else, unto none else. Bose's lecture was warmly received. He was surprised that viewers were not challenging, despite the metaphysical note. Even Sir William Cookers urged that the last quotation not be omitted when the address was actually published. Too hot outside or inside. That's no good, Bunny. No good at all. It's raining here right now. Again. So, even Sir Robert Epstein, one of the world's authorities on metal, ended up praising Bose for his faultless arguments and was quoted as saying, "I have all of my life studied the properties of metals, and I am happy to think that they have life." He confessed confidently that he had formed a similar opinion, but had been rebuffed when he had once hesitantly hinted at it before the Royal Institution. A month or so later, Bose is going to repeat his lecture and demonstration before the Royal Society, and he's going to receive an unexpected blow from the grand old man of psychological science in England, Sir John Burdon Sanders. His principal work had been a study of muscle behavior and the movements of the Venus flytrap, to which Darwin had first called his attention. As Burdon Sanders was the authority on electropsychology, all turned to him to open the discussion which followed Bose's speech. Burdon Sanders began by complimenting Bose on his acknowledgeable work in physics, but followed with the remark that it was a great pity that he had wandered from his own field and study to areas which belonged properly to the psychologist. Bose's paper was still under consideration for publication and suggested that its title be changed from "Electrical Responses in" to "Certain Physical Reactions in," thus leaving it to the psychologist the term "response," with which physicists should not be concerned. As for the electrical responses of ordinary plants, which Bose had described at the end of the address, Burdon Sanders denied categorically that this was possible, since he had tried for many years in the past to obtain them and was never successful. It's been pretty cool here, so I've been lucky with that, I guess. Um, but all right, so again, it went offline. Oh, the garden would be nice. Garden time is always great. Especially if you can learn to connect with your plants. On some of these levels that we're discussing, it could bring a whole new level to gardening, for sure. Especially with what we learned with the Soviets, getting plants to virtually grow arms and feet that trigger relays to control their own light or day and night and their own feeding or watering. Oh, I bet they are. But wouldn't that be cool? Don't you think that would be like the most amazing thing? Like, especially because I work on a weed farm and we do all of this, growing of plants, and we do it both indoor and outdoor. But specifically, our indoor greenhouse, if we had this technology available, which apparently, they were working on, and somehow it's been buried. I don't believe for one second that they haven't continued the studies and gotten further with them. Um, but wouldn't it be something if, like, the greenhouse plants could literally um, trigger relays that brought up the curtains for the greenhouse and gave them the light they wanted, turned on the heating system when they needed it, or the fan system when they needed it, and could trigger their own fertilized water or feed water. Like, imagine how much more efficiently we could grow things if we just learned how to communicate with the plants in these manners. Which, I don't know if we necessarily have to learn to communicate with the plants in these manners, because they're saying that the possibility is there. It's already, the technology is already available. They just haven't made it available to us, the common man. And this stuff has been going around now all the way since, like, way before even Bose. But, look at how long they've had this knowledge and knowing these things about plants. And here we are just stumbling along in the farming and agricultural world like we're dealing with dead things. Oh, that's nice, Bonnie. And they say that plants like certain ones and then don't like other ones. Do you notice that? Have you ever, like, put plants together that you think don't get along? Out of curiosity. Like, for instance, I can say that I do not believe that marijuana likes mint, and I do not believe that mint likes marijuana. I do not believe that these two plants are friends. Um, Mint will try to take over and grow crazy and choke out the marijuana, and the marijuana will go crazy and try to choke out the mint. And yeah, no, I do not believe that they are friendly with one another. I have also noticed that some plants tend to be what I would call, or what we would call as humans, oh man, the word slipped right out of my head as soon as I went to say it. Like, cannibalistic. Certain plants are cannibalistic, like marijuana, for instance. If you happen to plant more than one marijuana plant in a small area, they seemingly will, the biggest will eat the littlest, like survival of the fittest, baby. Yeah. all things I think that, to take into consideration, especially as we're learning about this universe of plants that has been just denied to us to know. So, now, Bose is going to candidly say that he understands that the facts experimentally demonstrated are not questioned by his critics. Lots of things don't like mint, to be honest. It seemed to Bose. Oh, I'm sorry. We skipped. So he was not being impunged on the basis of this evidence. He was being asked to make modifications which altered the whole purpose and meaning of the presentation on the basis of authority alone. He declined. It seemed to Bose inexplicable. Any doctrine could be advocated before the Royal Society which suggested that knowledge could not advance beyond known bounds, unless he was shown on scientific grounds where his experiments were faulty or defective. He would insist his paper be published as he wrote it. At the end of the rebuttal, when no one rose to break the icy silence which hung over the hall, the meeting was adjourned. Because of the doubt thrown on his work by so eminent an expert as Burton Sanders, and to be put down a younger man who had so outspokenly challenged his senior, the society voted not to follow up on Bose's preliminary notice. Full publication of his paper in its proceedings, and instead they buried it in archives. To Bose, who all of his life had listened to the Britishers' lecture against the evils of the Indian caste system, the vote seemed to be evidence the existence of dissimilar system within British science itself. At the institution's laboratories, Bose was consoled by Lord Raleigh. He told him he had been subjected to ceaseless attacks from chemists because, as a physicist, he had the tumultuary to predict that a hitherto unsuspected new element would be found in air, and predictions shortly to be verified by his discovery with the help of Sir William Ramsay of Argonne. Controversy with the psychologist elicited the interest of Bose's former teacher, Professor Sidney Howard Vines. At this time, he's a well-known botanist, vegetable psychologist at Oxford, vegetable physiologist at Oxford, and he calls Bose to ask if he could witness Bose's experiment. Vines brought with him T.K. Howes. He succeeded T.K. Huxley at the British Museum Department of Botany at South Kensington.
Yes, you do.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
When men saw that Bose's plants respond to stimulus, Howes is quoted as saying, Huxley would have given years of his life to see this experiment. Secretary of Linnean Society tells Bose his paper had been refused for publication by the Royal Society. Not only would the Linnean accept it, but also Bose would get an invite to repeat all of his experiments before the psychologist, particularly his opponents. Now, new presentation, February 21st, 1902, Linnean Society. He's able to write to a friend, Tagore, that he has victory. He stood there alone, ready for hosts of opponents. 15 minutes, the hall was resounding with applause. Professor Howes tells him he saw each experiment, he tried to get out of it by thinking of loopholes of explanations. And by the next experiment, he had closed the holes. The president of the Linnean Society wrote Bose a few days later, and we quote, "It seems to me that your experiments make it clear beyond a doubt that all parts of a plant, not merely those which are known to be motile, are irritable and manifest their irritability by an electrical response to stimulation. This is an important step in advance and will, I hope, be the starting point for further research to bring this to light. What is the nature of the molecular condition which constitutes irritability and the nature of the molecular change induced by a stimulus? This would doubtless lead to some important generalities and to the properties of matter, not only living but non-living." Ordinary plants have different, and their different organs exhibit electrical response indicative of excitation under mechanical and other stimuli. Bose is puzzled by this because they gave no sign of the excitement by visible movement. Now, the mimosa leaf, which if irritated abruptly collapses owing to a contraction of its cushion-shaped base or pulviness, other plants seem, at least to the eye, placidly unconcerned when scraped, burned, or otherwise interfered with. In Calcutta, it hits Bose that the contraction in the mimosa was magnified by its long leaf stalk, similarly magnifying a suspect contraction in other plants. He designs a special optical lever. He can then demonstrate visually what all the characteristics of their responses exhibited by animal tissues were also found within the plants. Bose communicated these results in December of 1903 in a new investigation, a series of 7 papers to the Royal Society, immediately planned for publication following years in its philosophical transactions, a series reserved for only the most significant and monumentous scientific findings. The papers were being readied for the printer. Underhanded intrigues and prejudicial insinuations, which had almost suppressed his Linnean Society offering, began anew, and Bose was unable to refute them from far off India, and they won the day. Convinced by Bose's opponents that his theories should not be officially printed, and without waiting for detailed records, society changes. Papers in its society changes its august mind, and Bose's papers are again filed in archives. Bose considers this a vacillation by the society and justified his decision, taking 2 years before, no longer to rely wholly upon the acceptance of others before presenting his astonishing discoveries to the world. Although, as he put it, and we quote, "I thought I was much too lazy to write books. I was forced into it." So, in order to guarantee the substance within his own lectures that he gave in London, Paris, and Berlin, he would receive the widest possible circulation. Bose completes a book-length account of all of his experimentation all the way to the middle of 1902 and publishes it in the same year under the title Response in the Living and Non-Living. Herbert Spencer, great British synthetic philosopher, alive to the important scientific advances of his time, despite entry at 83 into the last year of his life, personally acknowledged Bose's volume with the regret that it was too late for him to incorporate the data into his own massive principles of biology. In 2 years, Professor Waller, Bose's most adamant opponent, quietly inserted into his new book without even mentioning Bose's name, the Bengal's assertion that any vegetable protoplasm gives electrical response. Bose begins to concentrate on determining how mechanical movements in plants might be similar to those in animals and humans. He knew that in plants there was respiration without gills or lungs, digestion without a stomach, and movements without muscle. So, plausible to Bose is that there is some kind of excitation as in higher animals, but without a complicated nervous system. He concludes that the only way to find out about the unseen changes which take place within these plants and to be able to tell if they're excited or depressed is to measure visually the response to what he called definite testing blows or shocks. In order to succeed in this, we quote, we have to discover some compulsive force which will make the plant give an answering signal. Secondly, we have to supply the means for an automatic conversion of the signals into an intelligent script. And last of all, we have ourselves to learn the nature of these hieroglyphics. So, single statement, Bose mapped out for himself the course for the next 2 decades. He begins by improving optical levers into an optical pulse recorder, consisting of a pair of drums over which revolved a continuous paper band driven by clockwork. The device picks up movements in plants, which were translated through a movable lever attached to a set of mirrors, which reflected a beam of light onto the paper. The excursion of the shifting spot of light, followed by means of a sliding inkwell with an ink sponge protruding from it, made visible for the first time movements in plant organs which had thus far remained hidden within scientific world. You know, Monty, I think you're right. Um, but I also believe that we need the plants around us because they give off an energetic vibe for us that we find very calming. It helps us to reset. So not only do they suffer, but we suffer as well. And I actually believe it's more a lack of plants within our society that may be causing more of the problem, Bonnie. Back in the day, we used to have plants all over the place. Like, even when they put up sidewalks and things, they went around the trees and they saved the little plants, and you have the little planters out. You don't see a lot of them anymore. So, as I was stating, maybe it's more the lack of plants in our society that's leading us down these roads of bad emotion and feeling. And our lack to have connected with these plants correctly. Even though we've clearly been given the information, proven the information, powers that be are still keeping us from it, which brings us to another very interesting aspect of it all. Why? Why would you keep this information from us? What do you gain or not gain by keeping it from us? Oh, we have a guest. Oh, look, it's Scarlett. Hi, Scarlett. How do I bring you in, Scarlett? Oh, add to the stream. There we go. Hi, Scarlett.
Yeah, absolutely. I might have to put my cam up, but you really can't see on this phone anyway.
Yes, Bonnie. You do see a lot of the bark and synthetics, and they get rid of a lot of the flowers and the grasses and the native trees. And, like you had said, more people in society less empathetic towards everyone around them because there's less, and then the less that the plants are going to thrive. But then I kind of changed that up and said, what if it's the lack of plants that's the problem? We're
That's true.
replacing so much of our stuff now, like Bonnie has said, with synthetic coverings. And we've gotten rid of the flowers, we've gotten rid of the grass, we've gotten rid of native trees, we're paving everything over, we're paving paradise to put up a parking lot. And then we want to know why we're becoming more aggressive and more volatile. Well, maybe it's the lack of plants. Like, we have scientifically been able to prove that plants energetically give off this feeling of euphoria for us. And we're just like cutting our balls off
True.
and getting rid of them. Why are we doing this? Bonnie is high.
Manicured, the manicured lawn effect really changed how people took care of themselves. Do you have your Bluetooth going or something? Because it's really
I
extra
do
bad.
not. I do not have anything but my phone going.
Where is it? So strange.
I don't think I was echoing till you came in. Bonnie wasn't, nobody was complaining.
But that wouldn't change it.
It shouldn't. Maybe it's you echoing, my dear.
Could be.
Are you listening to me on something else?
No, I'm just in the studio.
Okay. Do you have, that's what I meant though. Like, did you have me open on something else?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
No, I just logged in. So I was like, So, I mean, I only have
Yes.
juice on mine. But
They
I guess
paved paradise.
I guess I could find it out.
Put up the parking lot, Bonnie. You're absolutely right.
Back.
Okay. And they did that craziness. We'll mute her for a minute because she's in crazy traffic. And then, so again, like, maybe it was the split screen. I don't know. Normally you just bring her in and there shouldn't be an issue. So I don't know why it was giving her one. She's traveling too. So that could be part of it. I mean, it's always, we're live. So there's always something. Now, oh, she's back.
Here we go.
There, she's back. She's back.
Hold on. Crap. Hopefully this won't work on
Now, he's got a device to pick up movements in plants and translate through movable levers attached to a set of mirrors reflecting the beam of light onto paper. Now, with the aid of the instrument, Bose is able to show how skins of lizards, tortoises, and frogs, as well as grapes, tomatoes, and fruits and vegetables behave similarly. And she's gone again. She'll be back. He finds that the vegetable digestive organs in insectivorous plants form from the tentacle of a sundew. Welcome back.
Okay. Now I got it.
Okay. So he discovered a hairline flap of a pitcher plant were analogous to animal stomachs. So they're equivalent to animal stomachs.
Right.
Now, Bose, do you know who Bose is? You know, the big scientist Bose?
Oh, right, yeah.
That we only ever hear about his stuff with Hertz and Hertzian and music. He did all this work with plants.
Interesting.
That they decided to bury because we as people were not ready for the information.
Or they say we were.
Right. And because it crossed too many barriers between physics and psychology and biology, it crossed too many barriers.
Right.
So, he also discovers close parallels between response to light in leaves and in retinas of animals' eyes.
Right.
And he uses this magnifier that he makes, and he proves that plants become as fatigued by continuous stimulation as animal muscles, whether they're hypersensitive mimosa or undemonstrative radishes. So, he works with a species whose continuously oscillating leaves recall the motion of semaphore flags and lead to its common appellation, the telegraph plant. Yes, he did study sound and waves. That's what he's most known for, Bonnie. And nobody really knows about this man's work with these plants and what he discovered. And it's ridiculous because we hold him at such high authority on his information on sound and waves, but we're willing to just throw what he told them about plants right out the window. I find that to be a little bullshit. I'm not gonna lie.
Right.
Okay. So he's going to use the telegraph plant, and he's going to find that poison, which could stop its automatic ceaseless pulsation, would also stop an animal heart, and that the antidote for the poison could bring both organisms back to life. Bose demonstrates characteristics of a nerve system in mimosa plants, whose leaflets are symmetrically arranged on each leaf, with several leaves stemming from more or less the same point, the whole leaf system borne on small branchlets or petioles issuing from the main stem. Bose electrically shocks the stem or touches it with a hot wire. The base of the nearest petiolate collapses within seconds, to be followed after another interval by the folding of the leaves at its end. Connecting a galvanometer to the petiole, Bose records an electrical disturbance between the 2 points of reaction. If he touches the tip of the leaf with a hot object, the first leaflets closed and then the base segment drooped. Bose can interpret these actions as due to electrical excitation, which in turn produces mechanical responses. This was also what was happening in the animal nerve muscle units, where the nerve carries the electric impulse and the muscle contracts in response.
Interesting. Ooh.
So Bose is going to later then prove that identical results can be produced in both plant and animal systems by cold anesthesia, or the passage of a weak current. Bose is also going to show that in the mimosa, there exists the same kind of reflex arc. And it's going to cause to withdraw fingers instantly from like the same thing that causes us to withdraw our fingers instantly from a hot stove before pain can be felt. Bose is going to touch the tip of a leaf on a 3-leaf petalote, and he can see the leaflet of the disturbed leaf gradually close, starting from the tip, and then the pedialyte collapse. Lastly, the other 2 leaves closed from the base upward. In the telegraph plant, Bose is going to find that if he cuts the end of a detached leaflet and dip it in water in a bent glass tube, it will recover from the shock of its amputation and begin to pulsate new. This is not like an excised animal heart, which can be kept beating in Ringer solution, or is this not like that? I do believe that, yes, it will, Bonnie. I absolutely do think that as we destroy jungles and forests, that we are interrupting those electrical channels between the plant communities. And I do think that somehow that this is having an effect that we are just very unaware of.
Well, and that could be like what basically scientists try to coin as like global warming. How do we know that we didn't like cut off some symbiotic plant relationship?
Right? That like helps to control that particular thing in our environment.
Right.
Or how much these plants are producing in the chemicals that they give to our environment to make it livable for us.
Right.
Yes,
you know what I mean?
absolutely.
So I thought about that. So I've been thinking about that because what would be an easy way to explain it to people? Instead of going into this in-depth and having to teach them this, what quote-unquote hidden knowledge, it's easier to just say, oh, global warming.
Right. But they themselves are probably ignorant to this knowledge.
This is true.
So now, as the heart stops beating when blood pressure is lowered, then starts again when it's raised, Bose is going to find that the exact same thing is true for the pulsation of the telegraph plant when the sap pressure is increased or decreased. He's also going to experiment with heat and cold to ascertain optimal conditions under which plant movement is best elicited. So one of these days he finds that when all motion stopped in his plant, it suddenly shuddered in a way reminiscent of a death spasm in animals. And the critical temperature at which death occurred, he invented a moriograph or death recorder. While many plants met their end at 60 degrees centigrade, individual plants exhibited variations depending on their previous histories as well as their ages. Power of resistance was artificially depressed by fatigue or poison. The death spasm could take place with temperatures as low as 23 degrees centigrade. At death, the plant threw off huge electrical forces. "500 green peas could develop 500 volts, Bose, enough to fulminate a cook, but for the fact that peas are seldom connected in series." Yeah, it could be affecting all of these things, Bonnie. I think you're absolutely right with that. You know, it's crazy to think when you really start listening to all of the things that they're saying that these plants respond to.
And the electrical currents and storms have been getting stronger too, due to like cosmic ray flux. Like, last night I've been seeing some of the most intense lightning storms ever lately that are just ridiculous.
Now, Bose discovered, which, okay, now guys, this is going to blow your mind, because what's the one thing we've always been taught about plants and carbon monoxide? What happens with plants and carbon dioxide, guys?
Taken to their leaves and turned out.
Right. And then, there's no like limit to this, right?
Right.
Guess what?
What?
We've been lied to. Because Bose discovered and found out that too much of this gas will indeed suffocate the plant. Now hold the fuck up right now. Too much of it will suffocate the plant. Why have they kept that information from us? Because they've been telling us for how long that we have too much carbon monoxide in our environment and we needed to get away with it. We need to start doing all this green shit. Listen, if that were true, the plants would show us. They would be fucking dying. The only plants dying are the ones we're fucking killing.
True. That's a good point. I didn't think about it like that, but that is a good point. If they were overloaded, we would see signs of stress and everything.
Correct.
That's true. Or at least certain areas we'd be able to detect that they're having stress. Like let's say a large, metropolitan area that supposedly has so much more emission. We should see their plant life basically dying.
Yep, and Bose found out that he believed that they liked an unlimited quantity of carbon dioxide, but through the testing, the gas actually suffocates them. They can, however, be revived just like animals with oxygen. Just like humans, plants become intoxicated when given shots of whiskey or gin. They sway like any barroom drunkard and they pass out and then revive and then show signs of a hangover.
Wow.
The findings, together with hundreds of other data, he finally did publish in 2 massive volumes in 1906 and 1907. Plant Response as a Means of Psychological Investigation ran to 781 pages and detailed 315 separate experiments.
Wow.
They went against all entrenched notion. Bose explains.
315 experiments. That'd be interesting to get that book.
Bose explained from the plausible analogy of the firing off of a gun by pulling a trigger, or the action of a combustion engine. It has been customary to suppose that all response to stimulus must be of the nature of an explosive chemical change, accompanied by an inevitable rundown of energy. However, Bose's experiments, contrary, show him that in plants, their movement, the accent of their sap, and their growth were due to energy absorbed from their surroundings, and that they could hold latent or store future use. Revolutionary ideas, especially the findings that plants had nerves, are received with veiled hostility amongst these botanists. The Botanical Gazette commended Bose for a path-breaking achievement, but held that his book was not without error, into which the author has fallen by reason of some unfamiliarity with his material. Now, botanists grumble. Bose still sends to print his second equally massive volume, Comparative Electropsychology, setting forth 321 additional experiments, and findings also clashed with current teachings and doctrines. So instead of being emphasized and accepting the wide range of specific differences between the reactions of various plant and animal tissue, Bose has consistently pointed to a real continuity between them. The nerve, universally held to be typically non-motile, he is able to show capable of indisputable movement, which could more delicately be ascertained by mechanical than by electrical means. So, plants were considered to lack all power of conducting true excitation, but Bose can show that they were in fact possessed of the power. So we're going to run into more heretically. Bose is going to hold the isolated vegetal nerve is indistinguishable from animal nerve. So complete indeed has that similarity between the response of plant and animal, of which this is an instance, been found, Bose writes, that the discovery of a given response characteristic in one case has proved a sure guide to its observation in the other, and that the explanation of a phenomenon under the simpler conditions of the plant has been found fully sufficient for its under the more complex circumstances of the animal. So then going further, he maintains that when electromotive insistency was above or below a certain range, the law of polar effects of currents established by Pfluger was then overturned. And in addition, a nervous impulse, supposed to lie beyond a conceivable power of visual scrutiny, attended by a change of form, was entirely capable of direct observation.
Wow.
You know what, Bonnie? I think I would like to see a junk sunflower myself. If anybody has a
Right.
junk sunflower, please give it a shot of alcohol and record it, and we want to see this.
Okay. Well, we could do that this week.
I need to see a junk sunflower.
That are tall and big, that are almost done.
I think that would be interesting to see.
I think that'd be interesting too.
I could do it, Mom. You could come do it.
I wonder
with
how
me.
much.
We can do
It says just a shot.
I mean, would you mix that in water?
No, it just in here they just gave them a shot. They just put it right into the soil, like
Right.
boom, shot. Here you go.
Yeah, that'll be interesting.
So then there's going to be this authoritative scientific magazine called Nature, and it left gasping by both volumes, wrote of the first. In fact, the whole book abounds in interesting matter skillfully woven together and would be recommended as of great value if it did not continually arouse our incredulity. Of the second, Nature was equally ambivalent in its attitude and stated, the student of plant psychology. A reviewer stated, who has some acquaintance with the main classical ideas of his subject, will feel at first extreme bewilderment as he pursues the book, and it proceeds so smoothly and logically, and yet it does not start from any place in the existing corpus of knowledge, and never attaches itself with any firm adherence. Yes, a shot of tequila and see if the flower dances. Now, the effect of detachment is heightened by the complete absence of precise reference to the work of other investigators. So there were, of course, no other investigators, and the reviewer then limited by the compartmentalized science of the day had no way of knowing he was dealing with a genius half a century ahead of his time. So, in short statement, Bose can sum up his philosophy this way. The vast abode of nature is built in many wings, each with its own portal. The physicist, the chemist, and the biologist come in by different doors, each one his own department of knowledge, and each comes to think that this is his special domain, unconnected with that of any other. Hence has arisen our present division of phenomena in the worlds of inorganic, vegetal, and sentient. This philosophical attitude of mind may be denied, but we must remember that all inquiries have as their goal the attainment of knowledge in its entirety. One of the blocks to the acceptance by plant psychologists of Bose's revolutionary findings was the inability to construct the delicate instruments that Bose had devised. So, mounting opposition to his basic thesis gives a response in plants similar to those due to the nervous system of animals, convinced Bose that he should develop even more refined set of instruments for automatic stimulation and recording of responses. Therefore, he designed a resonant recorder capable of measuring time up to 1/100th of a second to make rapid movement in plants apparent. He also made an oscillating recorder to reveal the slowest movement within the plants. So he gets an assistance, and he gets the assistance of the new recorder, and he gets results on a nervous impulse so convincing that this time they're published in the Royal Society's Philosophical Transactions. And in that same year, he published the third massive volume of experimentation, Researchers in Irritability of Plants, 376 pages, 180 experiments. Bose leaves Europe in 1914 on his fourth scientific mission, carrying not only his various instruments, but a few specimens, specifically his mimosa and his sorry. They gave me the scientific name, and I'm trying to remember what the non-scientific name of this plant is. Oh, the trumpet. The trumpet plant he takes with him. Now, this is to help him illustrate at his lectures. He ends up in England, and he demonstrates before an audience at Oxford and Cambridge. And this is demonstrated before these audiences as he is able to touch a plant on one side and it would shiver and react on the other. He addresses in an evening meeting of both the Royal Institute and the Royal Society of Medicine, where Sir Ladder Brunton, who also had made experiments on insectivorous plants for Charles Darwin in 1875, remarked that all of subsequent psychology experimentation that he had seen then was crude in comparison with Bose's, in which Bose was able to show what a marvelous resemblance there is between the reactions of plants and animals. The vegetarian and anti-vivisectionist George Bernard Shaw, having witnessed in Bose's laboratory through one of Bose's magnifiers a cabbage leaf going through violent paroxysms as it was scalded to death, dedicated his own collected work to Bose, inscribing them from the least to the greatest living biologist. A repentant animal psychologist who had cast a single vote preventing publication of plant research by the Royal Society came to confess to Bose his misdeed. He told him, "I could not believe that such things were possible, and thought your Oriental imagination had led you astray. I fully confess that you have been right all along." Bose, letting bygones be bygones, never even has ever divulged his name. Bose's research was the first time vividly recorded for the public in the British publication Nation. And the little thing said, "In a room near Machiavel, there is an unfortunate carrot strapped to the table of an unlicensed vivisector. Wires pass through two glass tubes full of a white substance. They are like two legs, whose feet are buried in the flesh of the carrot. When the vegetable is pinched with a pair of forceps, it winces. It is so strapped that its electrical shudder of pain pulls the long arm of a very delicate level, which actuates a tiny mirror. This casts a beam of light on the frieze at the other end of the room, and thus enormously exaggerates the tremor of the carrot. A pinch near the right hand tube sends the beam 7 or 8 feet to the right, and a stab near the other wire sends it far to the left. Thus can science reveal the feelings of even so stolid a vegetable as the carrot. They would be hiding it from us. And why would they be hiding it from us, Bonnie? We've already covered many reasons of why, but I'm sure that we get into that even deeper. But originally, they were denying us the information just because it was going against the normal, and it was combining too many things. The physicists, the psychologists, biologists, all of it was just coming together, and it was just too much for their minds to deal with. And so they were just not going to accept it.
Right.
Vegetarian scientists, in fact, did help bury it, and they did just say that.
True. Because
they literally watched a cabbage leaf be boiled and watched it die, and then were like, no, I can't deal with that.
Right. But yet, all these plant-based people saying, "Oh, I'm saving a life."
No, you're not. So, the acclaim, which is going to come to the British Isles and then repeat in Vienna, is going to be a consensus of eminent German and Austrian scientists that the Calcutta was far ahead of them in the new lines of investigation. Meanwhile, back in India, the governor of Bengal is going to arrange for a huge meeting headed by the sheriff of Calcutta to greet him. And Bose is going to speak of the pursuit under extreme difficulty of his investigation of the extraordinary slowness of growth in plants. Now, to conceive of this, it's only going to necessarily state that if the annual growth of a tree is literally estimated to be 5 feet, it would take 1,000 years to cover a mile. 1971, huge meeting, students held in honor of the knighthood bestowed upon Bose. The chairman remarks that he should be looked upon not as a mere discoverer of scientific truth, but as a yuga pravartak, or one who has brought about a new epoch of synthesis in scientific development. This compliment was to Bose small music compared to the opening of his own institute for research on the 30th of November, on the occasion of his literal 59th birthday.
I gotta go grab the kids. I'll be back in a little bit.
Okay. He's going to have a speech during the ceremony, and Bose is going to decline to patent the device, which he could have made him instead of Marconi, the inventor of the wireless telegraphy, and had consistently resisted the blandishments of industrial representatives to turn his ideas into profits, and stated that it was his particular desire that any discoveries made at his new institute would become public property and no patents would ever be taken out on them. Not in matter, but in thought. Not in possessions, but in ideas are to be found the seeds of immortality. This is Bose's quote. Not through material acquisitions, but in generous diffusion of ideas can the true empire of humanity be established. Thus, the spirit of our national culture demands that we should forever be free from the desire of utilizing knowledge for personal gain. 1 year after founding the Institute, Bose conveys a meeting sponsored by the governor of Bengal and announces, after 8 years of struggle, he's been able to devise a brand new instrument, the cresciograph. Now, this is going to use 2 levers. It's an extraordinary invention, not only produced tens of thousands of fold magnification of movement far beyond the powers of the strongest microscope, but could also automatically record the rate of growth of plants and their changes within a period of a short minute. With the instrument, Bose is able to show remarkable fact that in countless plants, growth proceeds in rhythmic pulses, each pulse exhibiting a rapid uplift and a slower partial recoil of about a fourth the distance gained. The pulse in Calcutta averaged about 3 per minute. By watching progress in the movement of the charts of the new invention, Bose found that growth in some plants could be retarded and even halted by just touching them. Others, in rough handling, stimulated their growth, especially if they're sluggish and morose. So, determining the method which would allow him instantly to show acceleration or retardation of a plant's growth in response to a stimulant, Bose is now devising that he calls a balanced cresciograph. This could allow the plant to be lowered at the same rate at which it was growing upward, thus reducing the marking of its growth on the chart to a horizontal line and allowing any changes in the rate to express themselves as curves. The method was so extremely sensitive that Bose was able to detect variations of the rate of growth as hyper minimal as 1,500 millionths of an inch per second. Now, Scientific American, referring to significance of Bose's findings for agriculture, writes, "What is the talent of Aladdin and his wonderful lamp compared to the possibilities of Dr. Bose's cresciograph? In less than a quarter of an hour, the action of fertilizers, food, electric currents, and various stimulants can be fully determined." Bose also elucidated the mysteries of tropocytic movement in plants and their tendency to move in response to an external stimuli. At time of the research, botanists could no more explain the tropisms than could Malier's medical student who passed his exam by answering the question, "Why does opium make one sleep?" with the answer, "Because it has a dormitive virtue." Roots of plants are called geotropic. They burrow into the soil. Their shoots flee the earth. They're said to be imbued with negative geotropism. To heighten this nonsense, branches are said to start out laterally from the shoot by diageotropism. Leaves turn to light because they are heliotropic or phototropic. If disobeying rules, they turn away from light. Then they are negatively phototropic. Roots quest after water and are described as hydrotropic, and those bending against flows of streams are railtropic. Tendrils touch and known as thigmotropism. So, Sir Patrick Gedios, a botanist, writes, "Intellectual activities have their verbalisms, their confusions and misdirections, and these may also accumulate into what are particularly diseases. Every science, of course, needs its technical terminology, but all have suffered from the verbosity of nomenclatures, and notoriously botany most of all. Thus, apart from the systematic names for each and every species in order, which are, of course, indispensable, there are some 15 or 20,000 technical terms in the botanical dictionaries, of which many have survived into modern textbooks to the perplexity in students. Essays compensating strange powers of big words like heliotropism. Bose is going to say that they usually act like malevolent magic to kill curiosity. It's beginning to be finally accepted that plants do possess conducting tissues analogs to animal nerves. It's now urged by plant specialists that sensibility of plants is if it did in fact exist, of a very low order. Bose demonstrates that that is not the case, and he shows that tropism exhibited by tendrils to be the result of two fundamental reactions: a direct stimulus inducing contraction and an indirect stimulus causing expansion. In the curvature of plant organ, the convex side was electrically positive and the concave side is negative. Since human organ, most readily available and most sensitive to the perception of electric current, is the tip of the tongue, Bose decides to match the detective ability against that of the sensitive leaflet of the trumpet plant. Hooking up a tongue in a leaflet, he passed a current through both organs, gradually increasing the amperage. When the current reached an intensity of 1.5 microamperes, or 1.5 millionths of the standard electrical unit of current, the leaflet shimmered in response, but the overrated tongue had nothing to relate about the current until the intensity had been increased threefold. Same instrument. Bose shows that plants of all kinds are sensitive. He finds a stoutish tree will give its response in a slow and orderly fashion, whereas a thin one attains the acme of its excitement in an incredibly short time. Bose's trip to London, Europe, 1919 and 1920. He is in distinguished scientist Professor John Arthur Thomas writes in the New Statesman. It is in accordance with the genius of India that the investigator should press further towards unity than we have yet hinted at, should seek to correlate response and memory expression in the living with their analogs in organic matter, and should see in anticipation the lines of physics and physiology and of psychology converging and meeting. These are questions of a prince of experimenters whom we are proud to welcome in their midst that day. Right, I agree, Bonnie. Plain regular Daisy. So all these crazy scientific words. Right? A rose by any other name is still just yet a rose. So, now we're going to go forward. And the Times writes, while in England we're still steeped in the rude empiricism of barbaric life, the subtle Easterner has swept the universe into a synthesis and had seen the one in all its changing manifestations. But even bold statements and announcements that Bose was to be made a fellow of the Royal Society, May 1920, could not stem the all too familiar intimidations of the doubters and pedants. Bose's old adversary, Professor Waller, is going to upset the general atmosphere of cordiality and recognition, and he's going to write Times questions. And he's going to question the reliability of Bose's magnetic cresciograph, and he's going to ask for a demonstration of it in psychological laboratory before experts. Before this demonstration takes place at London University, April 23rd, 1920, it's going to be actually a complete success. Lord Raleigh joins with several colleagues in a letter to Time stating, we are satisfied that the growth of plant tissue is correctly recorded by the instrument at magnification of 1 million to more than 10 million times. Bose writes 2 times on May 5th, and we quote, criticism which transgresses the limit of fairness must inevitably hinder the progress of knowledge. My special investigations have by their nature presented extraordinary difficulties. I regret to say that during a period of 20 years, these difficulties have been greatly aggravated by misrepresentation and worse. The obstacles deliberately placed in my path I can now ignore and forget. If the result of my work by upsetting any particular theory has aroused the hostility here and there of an individual, I can take comfort in the warm welcome which has been extended to me by the great body of scientific men in the country. Another trip to Europe, 1923, is going to see the publication of Bose's detailed 227-page work, The Physiology of the Accent of Sap. The French philosopher Henry Bergson is going to say, after hearing a lecture at the Sorbonne, the dumb plants had by Bose's marvelous inventions been rendered the most eloquent witnesses of their hitherto unexpressed life story. Nature has at last been forced to yield her most jealously guarded secrets. Lemonton stated, after this discovery, we begin to have misgivings when we strike a woman with a blossom. Which of them suffers more, the woman or the flower? 1924 and 1926, there appears 2 more volumes of experiments totaling more than 500 pages. The Physiology of Photosynthesis and the Nervous Mechanisms of Plants. 1926, Bose is nominated a member of the League of Nations Committee on Intercultural Cooperation along with physicist Albert Einstein, a mathematician, H.R. Lawrence, and a Greek literary scholar, Gilbert Murray. The assessment had the advantage of taking Bose to Europe annually. The assignment has the advantage of taking Bose to Europe annually. Indian government has to be jolted into awareness of the importance of Bose's work. 1926, Sir Charles Sherrington, President of Royal Society, and Lord Raleigh, Sir Oliver Lodge, and Julian Huxley signed a memorial to the Viceroy of India pleading for the expansion of the Institute. Back in Europe, 1927, this year is going to see the appearance of plant autographs and their revelations. Bose is going to be presented by Roman Roland with a signed copy of the new novel, Jean Christophe, inscribed, "To the Revealer of the New World." Later comparing Bose to Siegfried, who had learned the language of birds. Roland is going to state, in the European scientist, the steeling of the mind to the interpretation of nature has often been accompanied by a withering of the feeling for beauty. Darwin bitterly lamentates the fact that his research in biology had completely atrophied his appreciation of poetry. Bose, it did otherwise. 1928, the same year that Bose brought out his very last book, a 429-page Motor Mechanism of Plants. It's one of the greatest plant psychologists of modern time. Professor Hans Mollus of Vienna decides, after hearing that lecture in Austrian capital, to go to India and work with the Bengali. Before leaving the subcontinent, he writes to Nature, I saw the plant writing down its rate of assimilation and gaseous food. I also observed the speed of the impulse of the excitement in plants being recorded by the resonant recorder. All of this is more wonderful than fairy tales. All his life, Bose stressed to a scientific community steeped in a mechanistic and materialistic outlook and increasingly divided and subdivided into specialized cubbyholes, the idea that all nature pulsed with life, each interlaid entity in natural kingdoms might reveal untold secrets that man could learn how to communicate with them. The lecture hall, his institutes, bronze, silver, gold, relief of the Hindu sun god rising in his chariot for his daily cosmic fight against the powers of darkness. Bose had first seen depicted in an ancient cave. Bose, now in retirement, sums up his scientific philosophy this way. In my investigations on the action of forces on matter, I was amazed to find boundary lines vanishing and discover points of contact emerging between the living and non-living. My first work in the region of invisible lights made me realize how in the midst of luminous ocean we stood almost blind. Just as in following light, From visible to invisible, our range of investigation transcends our physical sight. So also the problem of the great mystery of life and death is brought a little nearer solution. When in the realm of the living, we pass from the voiced to the unvoiced. Is there any possible relation between our own life and that of the plant world? The question is not one of speculation, but of actual demonstration by some method that is unimpeachable. This means that we should abandon all of our preconceptions, most of which are afterward found to be absolutely groundless and contrary to fact. The final appeal must be made to the plant itself, and no evidence should be accepted unless it bears the plant's own signature. Now, why is botany a potentially fascinating subject dealing with plants, living and extinct, with their uses, their classifications, their anatomy, psychology, geographical distribution? Should have been from the beginning reduced to a dull taxonomy, an endless Latin dirge in which progress is measured more by the number of corpses cataloged than by the number of blossoms cherished. The greatest mystery in the study of plant life. Young botanists still struggle today in jungles of Central Africa, in Amazons, searching for psychedelic victims to add to the 350,000 already on the books. What makes plants live or why appears to be purview of science, nor has it been since the 4th century BC when Theophrastus, which was actually a lesbian disciple of Aristotle, cataloged a couple of hundred species in his 9 books on the history of plants and 6 on the cases of plants or causes of plants. Christian era merely raised rolls to 400 medicinal plants with the publication of De Martia Medicia by the Greek physician to the Roman army. Discordius, shortly after the crucifixion, an event which put the quietus on subject for another 1,000 years. Throughout the Dark Ages, books of Theophrastus and Discordius remained standard text in botany. Renaissance brings aesthetics into the field. Lovely woodcuts and large herbals, such as those in Harmonious Bach, could not rip botany from the rigorous grip of taxonomist. 1583, Florentine Andreas Clamponus classifies 1,522 plants into just 15 classes and distinguishes seed and fruit, followed by Frenchman Joseph Peton, who described some 8,000 species of plants in 22 classes according to the form of corolla, the colored petals of the flower. This brings sex into the picture, although Herodotus had reported almost half a millennium before Christ that the Babylonians distinguished 2 sorts of palms and would sprinkle the pollen from one onto the flower of the other in order to secure production of fruit. It was not till the end of the 17th century that it's realized that plants are sexual creatures and flourishing sex life of their own. Botanists demonstrate flowering plants have sex and that pollen is necessary for fertilization and seed formation. Is done in Germany by Rudolf Jacob Kamras. He is a professor in medicine, director of botanical gardens, and he is published in De Sexo Planetarium in 1694. The idea that there could be sexual differences in plants caused an astonishment. And there was a theory fiercely combated, and it was combated by the current establishment. It was considered the wildest and most singular intervention that ever evolved from a poet's mind. It became the center of heated controversy. It lasted almost a generation and was finally established that plants did indeed have sexual organs and could therefore be elevated to a higher sphere of creation. Even that being said, plants have female organs in the form of vulva, vagina, uterus, and ovaries, serving precisely the exact same functions as they do in human women. They also distinct male organs in the form of penis, glands, and testes, and designed to sprinkle air with billions of spermatozoa, and facts quickly covered by 18th century establishment, an almost impenetrable veil of Latin nomenclatures, and they stigmatized the labia, vulva, and misstyled the vagina, former being called stigma, the latter style. Penis and glands were equally disfigured into filament and anther. Plants had been going through countless millennia of improvement to their sexual organs, often in the face of staggering climatic changes, and had invented the most ingenious method for each other for spreading their fertile seed. Students of botany who might have delight in sexuality of plants became frustrated with these terms of stamens for male and pistils for female organs. School children, fascinated to learn each corn kernel on a cob in summer is a separate ovule, each strand on a pubic corn silk tufted around the cob is an individual vagina ready to suck up the pollen sperm brought to it on the wind, that it may wriggle the entire length of the stylized vagina to impregnate each kernel on the cob, that every single seed produced on a plant is the result of separate independent impregnation. No. Instead of struggling with archaic, non-clatural teenagers might be interested to learn, each pollen grain impregnates but one womb, which contains but one seed, what a capsule of tobacco contains on an average 2,500 seeds, and it requires 2,500 impregnations, all of which must be effected within a period of 24 hours in a space less than 1/16th of an inch in diameter. Wonders of nature stimulate budding minds of pupils. Victorian teachers misused the birds and the bees to denature their own sexuality. Universities draw parallel lines between the hermaphroditic nature of plants. They bear both penis and vagina in the same body, with the accent wisdom, which relates that man is descendant from an androgynous predecessor. The ingenuity of some plants in avoiding self-fertilization is uncanny. Some kinds of palm trees can bear staminate flowers one year and pestillate the next. Whereas in grasses and cereals, cross-fertilization ensured by actions of wind, other plants cross-fertilized by birds and insects, animals, and women, flowers exude a powerful seductive odor when they're ready to mate. This causes multitudes of birds, bees, butterflies. Flowers that remain unfertilized emit a strong fragrance for as many as 8 days or until the flower withers and falls. Once impregnated, the flower ceases to exude its fragrance, usually in less than a half an hour. As in humans, sexual frustration can gradually turn fragrance into factor. Similarly, a plant is ready for impregnation. There is an evolution of heat in a female organ, first noted by French botanist Adolphe Theodore in examining a flower, a tropical plant grown in a greenhouse for its beauty and its foliage. The plant at the time of flowering presents an increase of temperature that Broganart compared to an attack of fever, repeating the phenomena for 6 days. From day 3 to 6 in the afternoon. Proper time for impregnation. Broganart found that a small thermometer fastened to the female organ marked a temperature 11 degrees centigrade higher than any other part of the plant. The pollen of most plants has a highly inflammable character. Thrown on a red-hot surface, it will ignite as quickly as gunpowder. Artificial lightning, formerly produced on theatrical stages by throwing pollen grains of lycobinium or club mosses onto hot shovels. In many plants, pollen diffuses an odor bearing the most striking resemblance to seminal emission of animals and man. Pollen forms the same function or preforms the same function as almost precisely the same manner as does semen of animals and men, entering folds of plants' vulvas and traverses the whole length of the vagina until it enters ovaries, comes into contact with ovule. Pollen tubes elongate themselves by most remarkable processing. Same with animals and humans and their sexuality of certain plants being guided by taste. Spermatoza in certain mosses carried in the morning dew is in search of females. It's guided by its taste for malic acid toward the delicate cups at the bottom of which lie moss eggs to be fertilized. Spermatoza of ferns, on the other hand, liking sugar, find their females in pools of sweetened water. Yes, isn't it? They have these scents about them. And they give off these odors that we, I guess we do notice, but we don't. We don't know what the odors are really meaning. And, they're apparently a big part of, their life and continued progression in life. Now, the discovery of sex in plants sets the stage for generator of systematic botany. Carl Linn, who dubbed the corolla petals curtains of the nepetal bed, and a Swede who Latinized his name to Linnaeus from a favorite linden tree while studying for the priesthood, and he divided the plant world into species principally on the basis of variation in the male sexual organ or pollen-bearing stamens of each plant. Now, with his penchant for looking, Linnaeus recognizes some 6,000 different species of plant. His system, referred to as the sexual system, considered great stimulus to students of botany. Monumental method of Latinized classification turned out to be as sterile as that of any voyeur who only looks at bodies. Still in use today under the unwidely title of binominal nomenclature, the system grants each plant a Latin name for species and genus and adds a name of the person responsible for naming it. And thus the garden pea you eat with chops is the Physium stavium Linnaeum. This mania for registration, this is what you were talking about just a little bit ago, Bonnie, with these crazy names, was but a hangover of scholasticism. Ralph Franz, true lover of plants, described Lean's efforts wherever he went, the laughing brook died. The glory of flowers wither, the grace of joy of meadows are transformed into withered corpses, and whose crushed and discolored bodies are described in thousands of minute Latin terms. Blooming fields and storied woods disappeared during a botanical hour into a dusty herbarium, into a dreary catalog of Greek and Latin labels. Yes, not just to please human noses, Bonnie, exactly. It became the hour for practice, tiresome dialect, discussion about a number of stamens and shapes of leaves, all learnt only to forget. When work's over, they stood disenchanted and estranged from nature. To break away from the taxonomania to put life and love and sex back into the plant world took real poetic genius. 1786, September. Linnaeus has been dead 8 years. Tall, handsome man, 37. Extremely attractive to women. Spending holidays at Carlsbad, taking waters, strolling with ladies in the woods on long botanical expeditions, rebels against the whole system, secretly and stealthily. Abandoned mistress and friends, goes south towards the Alps, incognito with only a servant, aware that they were heading for Das Land wo die Citronine blühen. The traveler in real life, privy councillor and director of mines for the Duchy of Saxe-Weimar, delighting at the beauty of variety of southern vegetation beyond the Brennan Pass, secret trips to Italy, culmination of years of longing, was to constitute a climax in the life of the greatest German poet, John Wolfgang von Goethe. On his way to Venice, he's going to stop and he's going to visit botanical gardens of the University of Padua. He's going to stroll among luxuriant verdure, most of which are going to grow only in the hothouses in native Germany. Johann is going to be overcome with a sudden poetic vision. He's going to have insight into very nature of plants. He's going to have a place in history and science as the precursor of Darwin's theory of organic development and achievement. He's going to be little appreciated by his compeers and exalted in later generations. Great biologist Ernest Haeckel is going to consider Goethe to stand with Jean Lamreich at the head of all great philosophers of nature who first established the theory of organic development and who are the illustrators, fellow workers of Darwin, illustrious fellow workers of Darwin. 4 years Goethe is going to distress by limitation involved in merely a nautical and intellectual approach to the plant world, typified by the cataloging mind of the 18th century and of the theory of physics, then triumphantly submit the world to blind laws of mechanics. While still at the university, Goethe will rebel against an arbitrary division of knowledge into faculties which cut up science into rival disciplines. In Goethe's nostrils, university science had the stench of a corpse with limbs rotting apart. Disgusted at these petty contradictions of university savants, this young poet, whose early verses will glow with passion, delight, and nature, is going to seek knowledge elsewhere, avidly studying galvanism and mesmerism, as well as pursuing electrical experiments of Winkler. As a child, Goethe was fascinated by phenomena of electricity and magnetism. He's struck by extraordinary phenomena of polarity. He was cured in the late teens of his dangerous throat infection by Rosicrucian doctor Friedrich Metz. Goethe is suddenly overwhelmed by an urge to apprehend tremendous secrets displayed all around him in constant creation and annihilation. He's led to books on mysticism and alchemy in the pursuit of the secret forces of nature, and he discovers Paralis, Jacob Boehm, Gordon Brano, Speranzo, and Gottfried Arnold. Goethe delights when he finds magic in alchemy and says quite other than obscure superstitious practices with the object of creating illusion or malefice. Christian Lepetant, author of Goethe, writes, to aspire with all of his strength to shatter the framework of mechanized universe, to find the living science capable of revealing to him The Ultimate Secret of Nature. Philippius Aurelius Theophrastus Bombatus von Hohenheim, or Paracelsus, Goethe learned that a cult deals with living reality and not dead catalogs, and comes closer to truth than science, and that sages unveiling secrets of nature was not necessarily profaning a forbidden sanctuary, but walking in the footsteps of divinity, a person privileged to look deeply into the mystery of souls and cosmic forces. Goethe also learns treasures of nature are not discovered by one who is not sympathetic with nature. Normal techniques of botany do not get near to living beings of plants as organisms in their cycle of growth. Other forms of looking is needed, which could unite itself with the life of the plant. Obtain clearer pictures of plant. Goethe tranquilizes himself at night before going to sleep by visualizing the entire cycle of a plant's development through its various stages from seed to seed. In the splendid ducal gardens of Weimar, in the Gartenhaus quarters given to him by the Duke, Goethe develops an acute interest in living plants. Interest which is sharpened in his friendships with the local apothecary, William Heinrich Sebastian Bokelotz, and he keeps a garden of medicinal herbs and plants and special interests. And Goethe builds up a private botanical garden. The gardener are the Grandeur Botanical Gardens of Padua, where Paracelsus has preceded him. Goethe is most impressed with the high broad wall of fiery red bells that glow enchantingly. He was often attracted by a palm because he was able to discern in its fan-like quality a complete development from simple lance-shaped leaves near ground through successive separations to a spatulate sheaf where branchlets of blossoms emerge strangely unrelated to preceding growth. From observation with the complex series of transitional forms, he's going to obtain the inspiration for what is to become his doctrine of metamorphosis of plants. In this flash, he's going to realize he's been accumulating within his mind for years of association with plants. The fan palm showed clear living proof that all the lateral outgrowths of the plant were simply variations of a single structure, the leaf. He saw the propagation and the proliferation of one organ into another, a simple process of metamorphosis. He saw that each organ, though outwardly changed from a similarity to dissimilarity, had a virtual inner identity. And we're going to stop there with plant talk for tonight. We still have quite a bit of this that we're going to cover with Goethe. And then the next thing that we're going to talk about is how plants actually will grow to please you. We're going to talk about the scientists involved in that knowledge, how they came to that knowledge, how long that knowledge has been around, what they, have used to prove that, the quotes and articles and books and things. And then we may get into the Wizard of Tuskegee, George Washington Carver, and his work in this area. So, also Thomas A. Edison. So yeah, we're gonna get into all of that more next week. I think we covered a lot tonight with the plants for sure. Because I mean that was a lot to go through, and we learned a lot of things, even though we've been told that these are improbable or not even possible things, but yet these scientists that we're told are so great with their work and should be so trusted. You hid the information and tell us, but don't pay attention to that. Like, seriously. What the hell? I think we've been robbed. And I think it's on purpose. Because I also think that this disassociation with plants creates even more of a disassociation with our creator. The full spectrum of life cannot be attuned if it is not recognized. See what I mean? Like, by keeping this information from us, indubitably they keep our creator. I think that learning these things about plants could be like that step in ascension that we've been missing. I mean, just an idea. No joke. Like, wouldn't it be nice if we could just, like, go talk to them and ask them? Like, I'm sure that we could find a way without the fancy instruments to communicate. Right. And we were meant to communicate without needing a middleman. And as great as all of these little things are, these, machines and recorders, they're middlemen. And even with their knowledge, we're not going to open up where we need to be until we can get rid of that middleman. Like, we are made, like you said, to communicate without that middleman. So we need to figure out how to do that. I mean, I'm sure that they are. I'm sure they hear us asking them all the time and they're trying to answer us and we're just, ignorant. We don't know. So we don't know their answers. I mean, surely they can read our thoughts. Baxter's proven that. So I think that It runs very deep. This disassociation of the actual living sentient being of a plant. I do think that they're trying to communicate with us, and that we don't know how to understand them. And again, like I said, we should be able to find that way to communicate with them without the fancy machinery. I mean, just like we're brought forth, a lot of times through religion, through a pastor, priest, whatever, and we talk to them, and they help us unite with our creator. And again, you don't need that middleman. Like, you're capable of doing your own little communication with the creator, and you don't need the middleman. But yet religion has driven us to believe that we do. But again, we have derived many times on many of these shows, as well as my sister's show, Clarity After Dark, that the the very idea that religion was made by God is laughable. It was not created by God. Religion is completely a man-made thing, and we invented it. We created it. Why did we do that? Well, we did it to control. Not that it's necessarily a bad thing. The Lord says, come to me however you can find me, pretty much. And that kind of branched out into religion. But God only really created one religion, and the only one that he really speaks of is love. And so, when you start breaking down these simple things that Baxter was discovering and everyone else is discovering, to me, it appears that plants actually exist within that energy field of that love that we're supposed to be finding, and thus we're cut off from that. That is part of what we feel from them when we have that connection. And they're a part of that matrix of energy. Right. And you should be able to go to the garden and feel that power and that peace, because that's what you're instilling when you're working in there with your plants. And they're going to be in tune with what you're projecting. I do believe that you can feel it. Well, those that are willing to, but again, that goes both, spiritually and with the plants. Isn't it funny how so much of this can cross over? Because again, you're at a point where like you said, you can feel it. Now, there's going to be plenty of people out there that go, oh, you can't feel anything. What are you talking about? Da, 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 da. Because they honestly don't or can't feel it, because they're not open to it, because it goes too against what they've been taught their whole life, which again goes back to one of the things that Scarlett and I say most often. The knowledge that the things that do you know them because you know them, because you've actually researched them, because you've actually went out in the world and tested these things? Or do you know them because someone else has taught them to you, whether it's through a book, whether it's through a magazine, whether it's through a teacher, whether it's through whatever? Your knowledge most of the time comes from somebody else's knowledge, and it's never backed up by anything that you learn yourself. I'm not downing you. I'm not saying that this is the wrong way. I'm just saying that this is the way that we educate ourselves, and we never question the educator. So when we're taught something, we don't go and try to unteach it or prove the teacher wrong. And we used to do those things and we don't anymore. And so thus we just accept the word of somebody in some classroom that this is the way it is. And that person in that classroom got their information because someone in another classroom told them that that was the information. And they got that information from a book that someone else wrote and said that that was the information. And that book was wrote in 1859. And since 1859, 16 other people have taken that same book and taken stuff out of it and added new stuff to it to make it more and updated for the century that it's in. And then it's been passed down and regurgitated lie after lie after lie until it's an accepted fact instead of the lie that it originated as, or the misinformation. We become so closed off as people and society to accept that there could be these other variations of things that could potentially have not been taught to us. We don't want to accept that. It's too hard for us. And then to accept these things to be truth is even harder. Because now we have to question a whole lot of things, don't we? If plants feel, if plants speak, if plants breathe, which we know they do, all of these things have been proven. They eat, they breathe, they sleep, they produce waste, they can get drunk, they, have emotion. They can recognize good from bad. They can read thoughts. They can speak to you. Oh, your teachers always objected if you question them because they are the first and final word, period, end of conversation. If they're teaching it to you out of a book, that's it. That's all there is. This is why when I talk about the things that I do, like for instance, let's take Reiki into a perspective for a moment. I have a lot of different pieces of paper certifications that say that I am a Reiki master, and I have learned the different levels of the Reiki, of the different degrees or branches, and thus forth have become a master. Now, the originator, Yasui, who originated Reiki, the father of Reiki, he didn't get taught by anybody. He went on a mountain, he sat there and he meditated, and he fasted, and he fasted, and upon 6 days of doing this, he's about to be like, that's it. The answers aren't going to come. And he described it as a white light that came at him, and it just flew at him, and there was no ability to duck or dodge or get out of its way, really. It just came and it hit him right in the center of the forehead, in the third eye, in the pituitary gland, and suddenly he was empowered. He understood things that he didn't understand before, and he was enlightened, and he came down from that mountain, and he discovered these things that he was capable now of healing the body, physical things within the body, that he could move energy in a way that he had never known. And the original question that led him to discover this was God and the divinity of himself. Hey, Bonbon, or hey, Pam, I'm sorry. I was reading what Pam wrote and ended up saying it out loud. So, hi, Pam. So now to take what this man learned and wrap it all up and put a piece of paper on it to say that you learned it to me is a little asinine because I don't really need anybody to teach it to me. If I know it, I know it. I know it because it's there. I know it because it's inside of me. I know it because it's part of my DNA structure. I know it because I've been doing it my whole existence, whether in this life or any other. And it's there. It's in all of us. And it's not something that we have to learn. It's something that has to be unlocked within us. And it has to be refreshed so that we remember that we know it. And but yet, if I were to tell somebody this and say, but I don't have a certification for it, then suddenly I don't know Reiki and I can't do it. So, I've taken the time, I've done the classes, I've put the years in, and I've gotten these certifications. And you know what I still get for it? Absolutely nothing. Why? Why do I get nothing? Everybody told me, Red, when you get these certifications, you're going to make so much money. Red, don't worry about the money it's costing you because learning Reiki is not cheap, especially when you start learning the other branches like Kundalini Reiki and crystalline Reiki and um, Ascension Reiki, Irish Reiki, all of these different branches. When you start learning all of this, Violet Flame Reiki, all of these, you start learning Crystal Reiki, all of these things. One leads to another. One step leads you to the next step, as should be. You should be guided, and to be guided through and to relearn. I say relearn these things. It's not a cheap thing to do. And everybody kept, Red, don't worry, don't worry, don't worry. When you get it, when you get it, when you get it. And I've taken it steps further. And I went and I got lifetime registered as a well, I didn't start off as a metaphysician. That came later when I became an ordained minister. I became a metaphysician rather than just a metaphysicist. And I got a lifetime registry as a metaphysician through World Metaphysics Association. And I got another step further and I did my lifetime registration as a holistic practitioner. And I took all those steps and I did that. Now, I did not join the Reiki organization because, well, I just didn't see any reason to spend more money. I have my paperwork. I have everything. I shouldn't need to go more steps and more steps and more steps. So I didn't join the actual Reiki association. I have all the ability to do it. I just, I feel like it's another money trap. And to be honest, I was down with everybody and yeah, I'm going to make so much money. I see all these people with the simple Yasui traditional Reiki certification that's making, $100 per session. I've got all these branches and I mix all these things together for this really intuitive, really insightful, really truly healing and helpful session for a person. And yet I can't get people to want to pay me to do it. And why? Why is that? Because I've recognized that the people I work with are not the same people that those people work with. And the people that those people work with, they're not actually healing and they're not actually helping. And it's not actually doing anything. These people are paying for an experience and the person is acting it out. They're not actually in tune with what they're doing. Whereas when I work with someone, regardless if they can or cannot pay me, there are results for them. They do see them, they're active, and they begin that unlocked knowledge for themselves. And that for me is the goal. And this is why I don't make money, because I don't think somebody should have to pay me $400 to come for a session. And to be honest, if I charged what everybody out there says that I should be charging for the things that I combine into one session, it should be about a $400 session. I have had many people come to me and have sessions that do pay really big spiritual names, even names as far as John of God before he went down, um, that I worked with, that they have paid $400 and $600 a session and came to me and paid me a measly $45 to $50 for a session and told me that they would have paid me $600, but I didn't ask them for it. Well, here's a hint, guys. The healer isn't going to ask for anything. I expect nothing. What you choose to give me should be given because you had results, and what I did was worth it. I shouldn't have to ask for that. And in the old days, when a doctor worked with you and did something with you, like an actual doctor, you went in, you got your treatment, and payment was not accepted. You went then back later after you were better and then left money for the doctor at a social visit, not a sick visit. And you would come back and you would leave money for the doctor. The doctor didn't charge you. He didn't tell you how much he owed. You came back and gave the doctor what you thought it was worth for the work that he did on you at a social gathering after you were no longer ill. This is how it used to be done. And now we do medical on such a pay me, pay me, pay me, pay me, pay me. You have to pay before you get anything done. We used to pay on the results of the medicine that we received and the treatments that we received. And now we have to pay pre-treatment and pre-medication. So we have no idea the result, or if there even is going to be an end result, or if that the end result is going to be even what we want it to be. So the basis of that is, I tell everyone, if you are a light worker or a healer who is getting into these things thinking that you're going to make all of this money, keep into consideration that you might not. You really, really might not. A true healer should not be in this for the money. It should be about the wellness of the people around them. Yeah, it should be, I don't know. And maybe I'm just old fashioned, but I love seeing results with people. And the thing that also upsets me in the work that I do is oftentimes people get amazing, amazing results. And you say to them, could you write a review? Could you write a little thing? Could you tell people about this? They don't want to. They're afraid to. They're afraid people are going to persecute them. They're afraid people are going to tell them that they're lying. They're afraid people are going to think that they're ungodly because they went in and they got this treatment. There are a million different reasons of why I have been told that they do not want to speak out and say how I've helped them, or how I've been able to help them, or teach them how to help themselves. And persecution is one of the biggest ones. They're so afraid that people are going to ridicule and persecute them for their choice of finding natural and healthy and non-abrasive ways of fixing their health, emotional, spiritual, mental problems that they're unwilling to admit when they've actually been helped, which is actually now undoing the work that we've done indubitably. Right. Right, Bonnie. He would see you first, and then there would be a social visit. Upon the social visit, you pay the doctor. Um, and yes, Pam, I understand what you mean. You know, there and thank you for picking up the word that I was lacking. They're doing it for entertainment purposes. They're doing it to just make themselves feel good at the moment, and the person performing the session is just inflating the ego and allowing that to happen. And I'm sorry, I'm definitely not a Willy Wonka worker. I never have been, never will be. Don't sugarcoat anything. Truth is truth, reality is reality, guides are guides. You can't alter, change, or reorganize what you are being told through the energy of the universe or the guides that are speaking to you. um Especially if you're actually really in tune with those things, because they're very loud. And when you alter what they say, they get very angry about it and they make that very known. Um, Not a good plan. And I've been being asked a lot lately. Um, right? Um, it's crazy because I know what I'm capable of. But this is kind of on those grounds of a lion never has to tell anyone it's a lion, right? So thus, I don't shove my things down people's throats. If people want information, they can come to me. They can ask. If they want sessions, they can come to me. They can ask. I don't try to shove that down anyone's throat. Because, well, to be honest, you need to want it. You need to want it, and you need to know why you want it, and you need to have an organization of why you want it. But what I was going to is I've had a lot of questions lately on why I haven't been doing any readings, any oracle readings. And well, truth be known, guys, my oracle cards have gotten up and walked away. I haven't seen them for quite some time. I've been looking for them everywhere. I don't know where they have like relocated themselves to. I'm sure that they're not lost. They're simply relocated. And there's a reason for that. And I believe that they have relocated themselves. And again, I believe there is a reason for that. But lately, I think actually the reason that they have relocated themselves is because lately I have been getting this very big call that I don't need the cards. Um, and the cards are more a symbolic thing a lot of times for me when I do readings, because I end up, they help represent a physical representation of the communication that is about to transpire for me, and that makes it easier. But it's been being brought to my attention that I may not need them anymore, and I haven't wanted to accept that. So I think my guides may have relocated my cards to make me learn a lesson. And I think I know I think I know the lesson, but I just I don't know sometimes if I'm ready to like go out that far and just be like, hey, okay, guys, well, no cards, and we're just gonna like wait, and you're gonna like talk to me for a second, and I'm just going to see who pops up and wants to talk to you and what they have to say. And I guess in my own way, I'm afraid of the blowback. Hi, Dwayne. The link's up there if you want to join. Or for anybody, it's up there. In the ticker going by. Yes, Bonnie, to not be dependent on them, but like I said, I'm afraid, I guess, a little bit on my own of blowback from that, and what that, you know, that's just one more thing that they have to try to use against me. And when I say they, I mean, the powers that be. It's one more thing that they have to use against me in the long run. But then again, I mean, I guess indubitably the oracle card reading in of itself is something that they can use against me and try to say is, whatever. But I've always said that I am just a conduit, that I don't, I'm not responsible for the messages. I am just the translator. Ew, gross. I'm sorry, Pam. I think it just threw up a little bit in my mouth. That is probably one of the saddest statements I've seen all night. I moved from Pennsylvania to this glorious state of Colorado. I don't regret any of it. I hated the entire freaking 13 years plus I think that I lived in Pennsylvania. And oh god, I dislike everything about that state, everything about it. The very name makes me nauseous. Most of the people that I know down there now make me nauseous. Everything about it makes me feel gross and disgusting. And I mean, like, my discord and dislike for that state and those areas and those people that I was subjected around for so long, um, literally is so strong that I won't even go there. Like, I won't even go there to visit. I won't go there to visit family. I won't go there to visit friends. I won't go there for anything. There is nothing. Not a damn thing could take my ass back there.
What, the PA?
Yeah.
Hi, Red.
Hi, dear. Yeah, I do. Well, no, can't do it.
Dude, I fell in love with that state.
You know what? Here's the secret of Pennsylvania, and I'm going to tell you right now. Everybody goes to Pennsylvania for a visit. Everybody's like, oh my God, it's the best state ever. Everybody fucking moves there. For the first year, you're like, oh my God, it's the best state. I love this state. And then after you've lived there for a year and you actually start figuring out things like how hard it is to get your driver's license changed over and how fucking difficult it is to fucking just function in everyday fucking society with all these goddamn meth heads everywhere and all the shit that goes down. And then you realize that you're in this great place that's supposed to be awesome that actually is like the second biggest capital of AIDS in the fucking world. And all the shit just melts into one big fucking pot. And you've got craters opening up and coal mines everywhere and stripping all your shit. And the people become assholes and everybody's fucking against each other and they backstab you like motherfuckers to your face. They're like, you're my bro. I got your back. The minute you walk out the door, they're like, fuck her, man. She's the biggest bitch I ever fucking met in my life. And you didn't do nothing. You didn't do nothing but go there and pay them for some fucking weed and smoke a fucking joint with them and leave them some damn weed. And they still be all like, that's the biggest bitch I ever fucking met in my life. Fucking hate that bitch. Why? Because the next person that walked in the door happened to not like my face.
Damn. That bad?
There's some backbiting, untrusting motherfuckers out there. And I don't mean
See,
everybody,
now,
Pam.
when I went, I didn't go like deep into PA. I only went to Pittsburgh. So
Oh,
like
gross.
I didn't get into the state, and it was only by accident. Well, it was by accident. Scarlett was behind it, but
Well, you know what? My husband came down to Pennsylvania to visit a friend, decided he fell in love with the damn state. And then he came back to college. He fell in love with Pennsylvania enough to leave this fucking great state of Colorado and move to fucking Pennsylvania. And then after 6 months of being there, figured out, oh my God, I made the biggest mistake of my life. This place actually really fucking sucks. And then he met me and was like, oh shit, I can't leave because she won't go back to Colorado with me because I was still like, I can't leave Pennsylvania. All my family's here. Everybody I know is here, without any idea of how toxic these people were, not only to me, but my children, my environment, my home life, everything. The people, and you don't recognize this, but the people that you surround yourself with are the energies in which that you bring into your environment. So when all of
amen.
these people around you and they're negative, they're bringing all this negativity with them, and when they're bringing that negativity, it makes you negative. Everything becomes negative. It just continually spins. Another little theory that I have about Pennsylvania is one of the largest coal mining states around. Okay, not just any coal, anthracite coal. This is a very specific mineral. In the spiritual world, this mineral cleanses negativity.
Right.
Unfortunately, it holds it.
What do you mean it
Guess what
holds
it
it?
means? It holds it and stores it. It
Oh,
needs to be cleansed to release it. When you're sitting on acres and acres of uncleansed negativity, what's going to happen?
you're gonna get back. It's gonna backfire.
Exactly why Pennsylvania is basically imploding on itself.
I will say this: when I took the trip, I was in Pittsburgh, but the one thing I don't like about PA is the fucking traffic. The
Uh,
traffic fucking sucks. We were trying
Wait,
to
you
get
haven't
out of
even
there.
seen the good traffic yet, bro. Where I used to live, we had stop signs with little white signs underneath them that said "except right turn" or "except left turn."
We were in downtown Pittsburgh because when you come out of the tunnel, like you're in West Virginia, you come out that tunnel on the other side.
Oh, I know exactly where you are. I've driven it a bazillion times. Go ahead.
We came through that, and my first fucking reaction was, "Wow!" Like it's like 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning. No
Yep,
traffic.
and it's
One's
absolutely
out.
majestic and it's absolutely beautiful. And the mountains, well, what you think are mountains because you haven't seen real mountains, but I was deceived too, bro. Don't feel bad. Like when Jason, when my husband moved out there and he was talking to me about Colorado and mountains and the beauty, I'm like, shut your fucking fuckhole, dude, because this place is gorgeous. It's like Ireland. It has the weather of Ireland. It has the land outlay like Ireland. This is why I was so in love with the idea of living in Pennsylvania. It was so close to being in Ireland for me and as close as I could be. And I thought I was surrounded by all these amazing mountains. And then I moved to Colorado and I learned those were just hills, bro.
Dude, I'm planning a trip to come to Colorado because I gotta come see you. I gotta come see you, but I don't know when that's gonna be because my state's ready to go back
Bethlehem,
on fucking lockdown again.
Bethlehem, Pam. Oh, get you what? Shut your face. Shut your face. Trying to convince me Bethlehem's not bad. Who are you talking to? You're talking to somebody who lived down that way, dude. Berks County. Tell me that's not bad. What? Psh, girl. Bye.
So what's the conversation that you were having before my ass popped on here with the invitation?
I don't know. What were we talking about, guys? I know we
I
were
don't even
talking about.
remember because I shut you off once you said come on when the link was up there. I'm like, I don't need a link. I can just log in.
Right, right. Oh, we
Uh,
were talking. we were talking about how, if you're really doing healing, you can't expect to make money. Like it really doesn't go hand in hand. I'm sorry, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Me and Scarlett were actually talking about that the other day. A couple weeks ago, we were talking about that.
It really doesn't. And again, like we had discussed earlier, there's a difference between those who are doing their sessions for entertainment and those who are required to say that they're doing their sessions for entertainment.
Right. I see what you're saying. So,
Okay. Because for like me to do what I do, okay, I'm covered in a lot of ways because of the certifications that I have. So a lot of times I don't necessarily have to say that my stuff is from for entertainment. However, like oracle card reading, I do have to say is for entertainment purposes. But I have to state that.
right.
It's required. I can get in trouble if I don't say that.
Service your butt.
But on the flip side of that, it's not entertainment. What I'm telling you is exactly what I'm being told. What I'm telling you is exactly what I am being told from the energy matrix, from the universal energy, from Kundalini energy, from the natural matrix that goes out there, and from your guides, your spirits, whatever it is that's going to open up and be like, yo, hello, I'm talking to you.
Personal
But what,
experience here for a minute.
sure.
I was in Tennessee when that happened. It was like 1:00 in the morning, and Red called me. And I'll tell you what, it's that oracle card reading is not a joke.
Well,
It's not a joke, especially when an archangel pops out at you and goes like, "Hey, what the fuck you doing?" Like,
we were actually discussing the fact that many people have been asking me why I've been doing the oracle card readings, and I was just discussing how I believe my guides have misplaced my cards
yeah,
and replaced my cards because they've been really trying to like push me into doing it without the cards, saying that I don't need them. And I've been real hesitant in listening to them. So I think they just took them away from me.
again,
Yeah.
damn, it's like 1 week you have your cards, 1 week you don't have your cards.
Yeah, because I haven't had my cards now since the last reading I gave you.
Which
Because
would have
I
been February when I was down in Tennessee.
because I wouldn't do it without having the cards. So the cards miraculously appeared for me to be able to do your reading, and haven't seen them since.
Yeah, guys, let me tell you something. When Red does her oracle card reading, and this is coming from a personal experience, I'm not going to say the situation, but Red didn't name. She didn't need information. She needed a little bit of information, but when she does these oracle card readings, they hit home. And I'm going to tell you now, there's one person you don't want to get on their bad side. Because you get on their bad side, they'll literally find a way to personally fuck you up. And, well, Red, that happened. Just coming from personal experience, that this happened. And it's like you sit there, you have it happen, you hung up, and I'm sitting there going like, what the fuck just happened? Like, you know what I'm saying, Red?
Yes. Well,
Like,
no, because nobody's ever really done it to me, but I've done it to a lot of people. So, I mean, in a way, yes.
yeah, I mean, we've even added app, well, not the Oracle card reading part, but we've even had an Archangel talk here on the Freedom Revolution Network, where I think 5 of us got our ass chewed out by Michael that one night.
Yes.
which sometimes mean that little asshole don't go hand in hand sometimes, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Me and him don't get along.
Pittsburgh steel is what the Twin Towers was made of as well.
Yikes. Nope.
Yes,
I have no respect for them now.
the best steel comes from Pennsylvania, Bethlehem, and Pittsburgh. That is the strongest, toughest steel in the world. It is that way because it is created with anthracite coal. And this is the secret because anthracite coal is the hardest, best quality, highest heat of any coal in the world. And this is why the little town actually that I lived in, St. Clair, Pennsylvania, was on Hitler's list to completely destroy because of our huge anthracite coal mine and its ability to create that steel and its ability then to create weaponry and artillery.
You know what? And I still have theories about 9/11 since you brought it up, Brad. Like how the hell if that was one of the best steels ever made, and that was one of the strongest steels because we learned that back, in school of the steel it was made from, and what it was made from.
Here's
And then
here's a hint. Jet fuel does not burn hot enough to burn Pittsburgh steel. And I
no, it
tell
does
you right.
not.
And it especially doesn't get hot from the bottom up when the fire's at the top. Just saying. Those
So
buildings collapsed from the bottom down, not the top down. They collapsed from the bottom up.
which means it was an inside job after the planes wrecked.
Right.
I mean, still one of the worst days it's happened since Pearl Harbor. And don't get me wrong when I say that, I feel bad because people were jumping out of God blessed windows. And I dug into the steel that was made from. And well, when I found out it was Pittsburgh steel and what the steel was made from, I went like, oh yeah, there's no way that burns.
Mm-hmm.
Because I watched the videos of live videos that people that were there, especially when I was following the fire department around that day. And I'm sitting there and I'm going like, it looks like it went from the top down because of the way it fell.
Right.
Well, when you talk to people that were there, they say no, the bottom went first.
It did.
Which has caused a lot of controversy about that. Now, Red, I do have another question for you.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm getting ready, me, my mom, and Scarlett are getting ready to dive into Mr. Epstein. And was wanting to know if you want to do that here once we all have our information set straight.
I've already been doing that.
Well, I just got into Mr. Epstein because of the fucking Netflix documentary that came out.
Mm-hmm.
It's called Jeffrey Epstein, Filthy Rich.
I've already been watching it, and Scarlett and I were talking about Epstein freaking 2 years ago with Pizzagate.
Yeah. Yep. Me and my mom and Scarlett are getting ready to dig because I want to do a show on Epstein, especially since his wife's been not his wife. God dang it. The girlfriend's been arrested.
Jillian. Pam. I don't know what cards Ellie uses.
Ellie uses like 5 decks, 5 different decks. Like 5 or 6 decks.
That could be part of the reason too that they're like, in hiding because I may need to like broaden my like thing and get new decks because I've only stuck to the Oracle deck and haven't gotten any other ones. And there are other guides and they do want to talk to and
Seems like the guy that talked the most for you, and I'm not even gonna lie, is Michael.
oh yeah, Michael talks to me all the time. You can't get rid of him once he knows that you can interpret him
Yeah, no,
without like,
that's
the
true.
face exploding.
Uh-huh. Still scared of that man.
I would also like to talk just a moment, just a brief. I want to give it a very, very brief moment. And actually, the way that I'm going to do this is going to be uh, very carefully. So, what I'm going to say is that around me in my personal uh, backyarding space, okay, which is quite a vicinity, all right, in my valley here, all right, and my valley to me is my backyard, all right. If it's within this 145-mile long and 45-mile wide freaking valley, it's in my backyard, okay. It's close to home, right?
Right.
We have something very ugly, very bad. I don't want to give its name out. I don't. I have posted some things about it, articles that other people have written, although maybe poorly written. Um, they were written. So it's here. It's present. It's way too close for my comfort, guys. Like extremely way too close for my comfort, and it's bad news. And I don't want to give name because I don't want to give more power to it. Do you understand? But it's very here. It has a name. It's given itself a name. It has leaders that have given themselves outrageous names and claims, like mother of all creation.
Oh, okay.
Okay. And Lucifer.
Oh
So
boy.
I mean, I'm just saying, okay. When we give names, they give power, and I'm not necessarily saying that those are the names of anyone I'm talking about. I'm just saying that they've given themselves outrageous type titles and names, and they're welding these threats about, if you're truly a light worker, like the only way that you can be of God even is that you have to go through them. And this is extremely close to me. It's in my backyard, and my kids could be affected by this. I could be affected by this. So many people I know have been affected by this. And rather than giving it name and giving it its, this is what they're doing to people and all the negativities, what I want to say is, everybody out there, I want us to put a blessing. Let's bless these people. Let's bless these people that our Creator opens their eyes, that our Creator helps them to be at peace, that our Creator takes away whatever darkness or whatever evil is withstanding within them, possessing them, obtaining them, influencing them, anything that is not within their greater power and our Lord's want. Let's bless them. Let's bless them that they find truth. Let's bless them that they find love. Let's bless them that they find the things that have led them to the wrongs and bring them to the light. Let's put that power out there.
Right. And Red, talking about that, it's taken, my mind starting to scramble when you're saying that, because there's so many things, when we give name, we give power to that energy or that spirit, that's there.
Mm-hmm.
And when we do that, there's only one person winning that battle at that point, is the person or the thing or the spirit or the energy that's there. That's the only thing that's winning, and I'm literally praying for you and your family that you guys aren't affected by this thing
Um,
that's
it
there.
resides. It resides in a what they call a religious mecca. Um,
That hasn't been heard of since the Bible. God.
uh, Crestone has been called a religious mecca for quite some time. It actually literally has temples of almost every single religion in the world.
Right.
Almost. But yet it's off. It's off, guys. That's all I can say. I'm not, again, I can't, there's such oddities there. There's such things there, that they don't add up. Things feel weird. Energies are freaking crazy. Some people go there and they feel amazing. Um, I don't know. I don't know. I feel something different. And it's deep, it's dark. I felt that since I moved here. Like, and it was very actually saddening and disheartening for me, because one of the reasons that I chose to move where I chose to move was to be close to the spiritual mecca, because look at all of these things that I do, right? Why wouldn't I want to be there? I wanted to be there. I wanted to be right in the heart of it. Like, I planned on going there, and I planned on getting a rental thing, and like starting my healing, and like really taking off, and like really maybe making some money in a good way, because so many people come there for these purposes. Like, I was so ecstatic. And then I went there in person. I had read so much about it. I had heard so much about it, and I was so excited. I packed my family into the car. We drove there for the first time, and the excitement's building and building and building. And we crossed the line, and it says, it's funny that you would say that, Pam. Hold that thought. Um, and it's building. And then we cross the line that says that we've entered into to Crestone. And I was expecting to feel something, right? And I'm expecting really like this spiritual, like, boom. And instead I was like, oh, it hurts me. It hurts me to be here. I can't breathe. I couldn't breathe. My lungs felt like they were closing in on each other. And I'm not driving. I'm in the passenger seat. Um, my children's biological father's driving, and everybody's in the car. The two kids, the husband, baby daddy, me. Baby daddy's driving, and he's going into what they call the Baca, which is attached to Crestone, which is like where your people live, because we were going to try to buy land there, because I wanted to have my healing center there and all. And so we wanted to buy land. Obviously, we wanted to live there. And so we go there, and we start driving through it, and it was like a freaking maze. Now, what's funny about you saying, Pam, or maze, energies tend to pull, or maze, is if you look on a map of Crestone, the Baca looks like somebody took a handful of spaghetti and threw it on a map. That's exactly what it looks like. It looks like a bunch of noodles all twisted together. Everything leads to nowhere. There are roads that literally go on forever and take you to nothing. And there are random white signs that are like actual signs, like you would see from like road crew, right? Like your speed limit signs, slow down, yield, deer crossing, right? Like your professional signs. You come across these weird signs in this maze that just say, thank you. This made me extremely nervous on an energetic level, because why are you thanking me? You have to be thanking me because I gave you something, but I didn't give you anything. So what did you take from me that you feel the need to say thank you for?
Right. Yeah, that's that would bother me spiritually right there, to be honest. Like right there. Like because Bonnie just said a minute ago, it seems oppressive. Which is the first stage of possession. Oppression stage, next stage, I don't remember it. And then possession. If it literally feels like that oppressive feeling, like they snatch something from you, and now you're saying it's right in your backyard.
Oh, Crestone
That's
itself, like Crestone itself, I'm not saying like I don't know what to say exactly about Crestone, okay, but this was my experience, okay, and my experience was I saw these signs, they say thank you, and it's like that spiritually made me highly, highly uncomfortable, okay, the fact that baby daddy was completely mesmerized with this place, like in love with it. He still is. He is completely mesmerized by this place. He does not feel the same way that I do at all about this place. Like to him, it's the best place ever, and he wants to do everything there. And for me, I'm like, get me the fuck out of here. Get me the fuck out of here right now. I can't be here. I can't breathe. I can't move. I'm starting to get a headache. I'm starting to feel nauseous. There's signs that say thank you, and I want out. We can't find our way out. We were lost in there for 3.5 hours. It was horrific. My husband didn't feel good. He was starting to get really bad feeling. David was crying randomly in the car for like no reason whatsoever, just crying. And my oldest was just kind of like, I don't know, like zombified and weird stuff. We witnessed weird things. Okay. Like it's daytime, for instance, and we're driving around in this rural kind of area, right? Where people are building and working on their homes, right? Like old style, right? Right. Right. So you would think like it's, it's like you would see people out, right? Like working, doing stuff.
right.
Dude, nobody was out. You didn't see anybody. The only thing you saw were these random weird dogs, and they weren't like normal dogs. They were like big ass fucking dogs that chased your fucking car down the road and tried to like bite the shit out of your bumper. Like fucked up dogs. Okay. And like you would come across maybe one or two people walking, but they had these really big fucking dogs with them. And then
See,
we went,
that scares me. That
then we went to the grocery store in town. This
why?
because we were hungry, and there were no restaurants. There at that time when we moved here 5 years ago, there were no restaurants in Crestone. There was a lot of things closed down in Crestone. It was like very abandoned looking actually. And they were remodeling a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff was going on there. But so um we go to the grocery store. It escapes it escapes our I don't know, whatever, that the name of the store is the Mercantile. Okay.
This
Now
is this is getting scary as you go.
I walk into the store because of course nobody wants to go in with me. They send me in. They're like, oh, you're the most powerful one. You go in. Thanks, guys.
No support.
So, right. Love the support. Just fucking love it. Oh, Scarlett, hi. We're talking about my very first trip to Crestone.
We're talking about what?
My very, very first trip into Crestone.
Oh yeah, dude.
Hey, Scarlett.
So I go in and I walk in the door of the Mercantile, like I said, which has escaped our attention that the store's name is the Merchantile. So I walk in and it's like nobody. I see nobody. Dwayne, nobody. Okay. Like, it's like empty. There's no customers. I don't see no person at the register. Like, empty. Okay. So I walk through and I'm looking and I find some meat, I find some cheese, I find some bread, I get some mustard, I get some chips. It's all in the cart. I go to the cashier, to the register, and this dude pops out. And
Uh-oh.
I kid you not, and Scarlett can confirm this because she actually got to meet this exact same guy. Okay.
Truth.
Okay, this dude pops out, and I swear to God, he popped right out of the movie Stand By Me. He's got the black hair slicked back.
Bro,
He's
what
got
the fuck?
he's got a black t-shirt on with a cigarette pack rolled up in the arm of the t-shirt. He's got blue jeans on that are rolled up at the bottom and a belt. His shirt is tucked in. And he's got a wallet with a chain. And he's got like black boot things on. I mean, I swear to God, he looked like he literally, am I lying, Scarlett? I don't know where she went.
Bro,
But,
gee, why does it sound like you were in a fucking horror movie?
and he comes out and he's like super aggressively nice. Like overly so. And he's like, "Hey, how you doing? Are you thinking about moving up here? Because I've never seen you before, so I'm assuming that you're up here visiting." Whoa. Whoa, man. Sell me my meat, sell me my cheese, sell me my bread, sell me my mustard, sell me my fucking chips, and let me be on my way. You don't need to ask me 50 questions. You're freaking me the fuck out. Like, your
Yeah,
whole
he was kind of like extra on that, like just extra.
Can y'all hear me?
yeah.
Bro, why does it sound like you're in the middle of a horror movie?
Dude, listen. Okay, because it gets better. This gets better. Okay. Now, Scarlett, again, confirm. Am I lying? This dude looks like he just literally stepped out of the movie.
Yeah, that is true.
Like, literally looked like, which character was it? We even determined what character he was. Which one was it?
Oh yeah, it was
Because it wasn't. It's the other one. It's Ponyboy's buddy.
Oh, I know who you're talking about. Son of a bitch.
The dark-haired one.
Oh, you're Pony Boy. What was his fucking buddy? Was it talking about his brother?
Yeah. He looked just like him. Just like him. Like, his face looked like him, and he was dressed like him. And I mean, like, he looked like he stepped right out of the movie. It was fucking creepy.
Patrick Swayze plays him.
Yes.
Are you talking about Soda Pop or Daryl?
Ooh, I think it's
Daryl?
Soda Pop. It's
I think
Soda
it was-
Pop.
Are you sure it wasn't Daryl, the one that wore the all black? I think it was Daryl.
He wasn't in all black, just the black t-shirt and blue jeans.
That's Daryl.
Okay, well, then Daryl. But I'm telling you, he looked just the fuck like him. And then he was aggressively overly nice. Okay, to me, this is my first visit, which I didn't even know Scarlett then. Okay, so like, I'm like, oh my God. And he's like ringing up my items like super slowly and staring at me and chewing bubble gum.
True story.
Okay. Then other dude comes from I don't know where the fuck. Okay. But suddenly there's this other guy and he's like at the other register all of a sudden. And he looks like he just stepped out of the vampire movie. That for some reason I can't
Cruel Intentions.
No. Nope, it wasn't Cruel Intentions. That's not vampire.
Yes,
The
that
old
is. Cruel
Search the
Intentions was
Freak.
vampire with Ryan Phillippe, and then they'd be like snorting coke in the bathroom and shit. Like that's totally a vampire movie, dude. What are you
Are
talking
you
about?
talking about Cirque the Freak, Red?
No,
no,
she's talking about Twilight.
no, older, old, ew, gross. Twilight, gross. Old,
Buffy the
old.
Vampire Slayer.
Kiefer Sutherland.
Oh,
Lost
Okay, I know what you're
Boys.
talking about.
Lost
yep.
Boys. And he looks like that, not Kiefer Sutherland, the other blonde headed freak with the furry fucking head.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
The feather guy, his hair's all feathered.
Oh yeah. Whatchamacallit played his character.
I agree with Bonnie
Shit.
on this point. I would have freaked the fuck out.
Okay.
Y'all
So
y'all wouldn't be able to handle 2 seconds where Red lives. I promise you if that freaks you out.
Yep,
now
no fuck
listen,
that. I ain't coming to Colorado, Red. You can come to Ohio.
because listen, so then like he comes out of nowhere and he's looking all like that vampire dude, and I'm like, oh my god, what the fuck is this? And I just feel them draining me of energy, and I like get my shit, I get out to the car, everybody's out there, there's these weird fucking deer everywhere staring at the fucking car, and then we like get out and we're like trying to drive home, and we see nobody as we're like leaving town. There's like nobody. And then we see this other store and we're like, okay, well, let's stop there. This store is called the Elephant Cloud.
Right.
This
Right.
sounds safe.
No, let me tell you. Until 2 years ago, till 2 years ago, there was like a 1957 gas pump that still had the turn dials, y'all.
True.
Okay, until 2 years ago. Okay, that was a thing. You went
And then like
there's this
and then
old
like
ass gas
there's
pump. I mean,
no
the
like
oldest gas.
gas.
There ain't no fucking credit card slot. There ain't shit for that. Like, you gotta go inside and pay.
Yeah.
That was real
Yeah.
till they got that new pump, and then they said, "Oh, we're only gonna be down for 2 months," and then like 8 months later, we still ain't open.
Funny thing that you
Remember
should
when
say
that
that.
happened?
Funny thing that you should say that, Bonnie, because I actually live literally like 2.5 hours away from
Where the Shining Motel is?
that, and also the town that Needful Things was in.
Oh yeah, Colorado's got some weird shit. But you know what? There's little towns like Crestone though that I could see how these legends come alive. You know what I mean?
Oh, listen,
People don't believe towns like this exist,
because
but they
okay, guys,
definitely do.
I'm gonna let's be for real, right? So this is my experience when I go to Crestone the very first time. So I walk in, I go into the Elephant Cloud thinking this is going to be safe. And into the Elephant Cloud I stroll. And in here, there are three immediate people. They're all complete hippies. And I mean complete hippies. Like hippies. Like wearing hippie clothes, hippie skirts, no shoes, dreadlocks, handkerchiefs in their heads, smelling a patchouli
Yeah,
and sage.
right. That's true though. That's
Okay.
real.
And ain't taking baths in who knows how
You
long.
know what? The town does remind you of like Cujo's, or like Christine, the town that's in Christine. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I can get that
Yes.
vibe.
It does remind you of different Stephen King like books all in one
Right,
place.
right.
Okay.
Yeah, it just happened to be a couple other Stephen King things, but yes. it does remind you of that.
Now,
And you could even say the city deer are like Cujos. Just saying.
right, truth. Now, it's like then we realize that well, I realized because
And
again
this
I go into
town is like old as shit too, mind you. There's maybe
right,
like 10 buildings in town. Half of them are not occupied. Now, one of them is like an old town hall that has all these old prospecting maps on the wall, which is really cool, but also shows you how old this place is as well.
right. Now they're there and they're like immediately pushy, over friendly again. Like, how can we help you? Da, da,
Oh,
da, da, da.
interview with the vampire. Is that what it was, G?
No, it was Lost Boys.
Oh, it
Where
was
any
Lost Boys.
so like overly aggressively pushy, and I'm just like, no, no, no. And then I realized like I didn't want anything in that place because it was like overly expensively priced. And I pretty much left without buying anything. And then we leave and we're out of Crestone. And it was like the minute we drove over the line, I felt a relief. Like I could breathe again. And that's when I finally was like, okay, pull over and I'll make sandwiches and do all of this. Well, then he turns the freak around and goes back in there and decides this time instead of going to the Baca, we're going to go up the mountain because there's like this mountain and then there's Crestone Mountain back there. And Crestone Mountain's like famous and he wants to know and he wants to see it. And Crestone Mountain didn't feel nearly as bad as what the other side feels like, but it still don't feel very good over there. And so
No, it don't feel good. It creeps you out. It really does. I don't care what anyone says. That mountain's creepy as shit.
it
Okay?
Why does
is.
it
It
seem
is.
like y'all?
And
Why does it
Scarlett,
seem like
listen, all okay. Scarlett is convinced that her and I found a werewolf cave up there. She's very convinced
We
of
found
this.
some shit that's owned by the Colorado fucking geology and mines. That's a big ass motherfucking tunnel in Crestone Mountain that had a motherfucking door down the hallway that I'm very concerned about what the fuck is inside a big ass
okay?
mountain.
I got a fucking question for both of you.
What?
One, it seems like y'all in the middle of a fucking horror movie. A lot of fuck with baby daddy turn around and go back into the motherfucking like.
Because
I'm
he's
telling you, this
completely
town is creepy. I'm telling you, this
because
town is
he
creepy. It sucks you back in.
he is completely hypnotized by this town.
I'm
Most
telling you,
people are,
it does that to you. Now, mind you, every time Red and I have been to Crestone and went to Crestone Mountain, it's a very strange experience. Okay, because
now
we
wait,
go.
even get there. Let me finish this first time.
Right.
Okay. Because then we go up there on the mountain. We eat sandwiches. It seemed really great. It didn't feel as bad. We found this great creek. Life was good. Ha ha ha. Doing a little walk.
Yeah, the
Doing a little.
creek is really cool though. Like when you now when you come into like Crestone Mountain at first, it seems all benign because there's like this ashram place where like you have to have like reservations and like you can go
Right.
there and like find spiritual enlightenment and like so like it seems very benign as you drive in and up to the mountain. There's a little bridge with a little picturesque creek that goes underneath. That's all beautiful.
It is.
It is, yeah. No, I'll
And
give it that.
then, like, here we are. We're playing. Kids are out. They're playing in the creek. Life is great. Everything's good.
Because there's
We go for
like,
this
as you go
walk.
up the mountain, there's like campsites or like day picnic sites. There's a little
Right.
bit peppered in between
Right.
of places where you could like pull off as like one family or like a group and then kind of park your vehicle. There's like a picnic table, a fire ring, I think. And then like some have access down to this creek. Just
So,
the first few, because as you go up the mountain, you wouldn't be able to do that. But anyway,
Hey,
continue.
my mom had a quick question.
Hmm.
Crystal, not Crystal. My mom's in here listening to y'all's conversation.
Why? Because I heard you in here fucking yelling again. Because they got me going. Like, I'm not fucking afraid to go to Colorado. For what? This goddamn freaking park, whatever the
Okay,
hell it
now just wait. So continue, G. Continue.
So then we like ascend on this like walk, okay, which is virtually in the desert up this mountain, Crestone Mountain, because baby daddy's like, hey, let's go. And we're like, yeah, good idea. Ha ha ha. And we got lost.
Funny you say that, Bonnie, because we'll come back to that point. We'll come back to that point.
And we got lost and people got very weird. Like baby daddy got very angry and very like intolerable to be around. And my oldest got very angry and very intolerable to be around. And like David got this weird edge to him where he was like making these real nasty comments. And I was starting to get real nasty, and hubby was starting to get real nasty. And then all of a sudden, we were at the car, and we got in the car, and we hightail it back the hell out of Crestone because even now, baby daddy is like, something's wrong. Okay, it's taken this much for him to finally be like, something's not right. Okay, I was saying that the minute we crossed the line.
Funny you say that too, Bonnie. We'll get back to that too. Hold on.
Okay,
But
so
she said time warp Valley G, so we'll get back to that too.
yeah, and so then like we leave, and this immediately we get over the line again, and I'm relieved. Everyone's relieved. Nobody's
it's
really
like
grasping.
legitimately like a line. Like it's not a physical line that's there, but there is a line.
So then, like, we get over this line, and it's like, fine, everybody's okay, except baby daddy. He is still like, I love that place. I love everything about Crestone. And we're like, what the hell is wrong with you? Like, how did you not feel everything that we felt? Oh, you guys are crazy. You don't know what you're talking about. You're da 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 da. I'm like, dude, listen, this is not cool. Like, we are not moving to Crestone. It's not going to happen. Not now, not never. You'll be lucky if you ever even get me in that town again. And then on the way out, I see this freaking sign that says Pyre. That's all it says.
Right. And it's a random sign, and it's small as shit. And
Yes.
it's just like in the middle of brown and nothingness. And it's just like, Pyre, turn here. And it's just an arrow. And that's all you get. You just get Pyre with an arrow. And that's it.
Yes. And I was like, turn. And we go there, and we checked out the Pyre. And that's super cool. But it's not technically in Crestone. It's like on the outskirts of Crestone. So like we visited that, and that had some creepy aspects, but not like really creepy. It was more like you could kind of really feel the energy and everything that
You
went
can
into
feel like a creepy energy, but it's more like a morbid energy. Not
right.
like creepy, messed up, like feel danger, but more
Right.
like just real morbid.
Now we're gonna now we get out of there. He's still hypnotized with this town, and every single freaking time, guys, that we went to the dispensary meant that we went to Crestone because he always drove, and the dispensary is in the town right before Crestone, and we would go to the dispensary, and it meant this drive through Crestone, which could be hours and hours, and you wouldn't even know it. Because that particular day that we were there, dude, we went up there super early, and it was like freaking 9 at night by the time we got fully out of there. And we had no real concept. Now we're going to fast forward to now I'm talking to Scarlett, and I've met Scarlett, and Scarlett's all excited that I live next to Crestone.
Right.
And I'm like,
you know what, Scarlett, out of all of them, after hearing this story,
Yeah,
though,
but we didn't really know too much
crazy
about it
ass,
at this point, though, to be fair. So
a
it's
little
just
crazy
like,
ass
this is the
black
town where they have most of the large concentration of mountains,
Right.
so at this point we don't know all the things that we
Right.
now know. So like, this is also a very touristy place to go for like little boutiques or for just a little bit of sightseeing, because there really ain't much of nothing out where Red lives, y'all don't realize, like, y'all, we tell you there ain't much of nothing, but there really ain't nothing, y'all. And so this is like a little place where they have like, they got the one store that like supports a little temple, and they got all the little cool rocks and crystals and shit and all that, and we didn't know about all this then. So, I go to visit Red. Red's like, I was like, I want to go do touristy shit. Red was like, we gonna go. I was like, I'm gonna put my tourist hat on and we'll go do touristy shit, right? So she was like, you want to go do touristy shit? Okay. So we're gonna go to Crestone. I was like, okay, let's fucking go to Crestone.
Red was ready
So
to fuck you up.
on the way to Crestone, we stopped because there's like this like little information booth thing, and there was just like some really random stuff there that I was like, ooh, what's that? Pull over, right? So we pulled over there. I look at all the touristy shit. They've got like a little map. We're looking at shit. Now, mind you, this is how Red even got into what she's doing now. This is how she found out about how to do all this crap, was she found an ad that was like jobs. And I was like, oh snap, write that down. Like, you might need that. Like, you need a job. That shit might be good, right? It was like no training necessary. So we're like, okay. So I look at this little map. We're all like, all right, we're gonna go to Crestone. So like, this is like the first little pit stop on our like, little touristy run, right? So like, then we're going, we're going, and I mean, you're just kind of going to get there. You're really just going in one direction, and you just keep going and going and going until you get there, right? And it seems like it takes forever, and then all of a sudden you just get there. And first we went to the free box. Now let me tell you my experience. So I get to Red's house, right? Red's telling me all these things about all these hippie people that live there. You know what I mean? She's telling me about this free box. I was like, what the fuck's the free box? She's like, it's a free box. I'm like, what the fuck's the free box? She's like, I get all this cool shit out of the free box. I'm like, what the fuck's the free box? She's like, I don't know how to explain it. So we get there, we stop there. This is stop 2 on our little touristy, me and Red out, on the town day, right? So we get out, we go to the free box. Okay, now you walk in, and it's like plywood set up around with like kind of like a little roof on a little bit of the area, and then like some open air shelves where people have put like, household items or clothes or books, or, it's honestly like just like a little thrift store, but everything's free. Now I look on this wall, right, where they have like community notices, right? And I see this letter. And it's like, notice international war crimes and international sex traffickers, like, and there's like this story, and it's like 3 pages long, mind you. And there's this whole information like publicly outing the people who created the Baca Grande, which is the parcel of land that is not American soil in America, and talking about their crimes against humanity, the people who created it, right? Now, these people are, some new age people are considered like, godly type, Mecca type people. These people were, big in Council on Foreign Relations, UN, all this other shit, right? And so there's a whole history that goes along with that they wanted to create the Baca to create like kind of like a commune. Everybody worked together, kind of lived together and kind of shared, but do it in a large parcel style, new age community that basically was going to be where he believed the elites would rebuild after the apocalypse, right? And this dude had a lot of money. So like people think, oh, that's a crazy idea. But here was this guy doing this, right? And he created it. So, I mean, you can't say that people weren't thinking about, oh, when the apocalypse, oh, when the New World Order takes over, where will they go? So they put all these major religions, on the mountain. And it tells you all this in this like dossier, right? And it's a whole dossier on these people. And I was like, holy shit. Like, just think about that. You're in a town that you've never been to before. And, Red and I are into like conspiracies and things. And these are things we've talked about on the show, obviously, at this point, and, things like that. But to see like a public outing of this, and this was just put out there and like nobody took it down. You could tell it had been up there for a long time. It was just a very interesting vibe. So that's how I got like even introduced. I'm like, oh, holy shit, there's a little bit something different down here. Like something else is going on. Like the fact that people would even feel the need to put this up, like that shows they're pretty woke, right? So, then we leave there, we get back in the car after we look and, do whatever. And then we keep going, right? So like we're going on our little touristy, trip, whatever. I think we went to Elephant Cloud. I think we might need gas or something, you know what I mean? Then after that, we went to the store, right? We went to the store. We go in because Red's like, look, check it. We're going to get these sandwiches. And they're going to be good as shit. And I was like, what kind of sandwiches? And she was like, make your own sandwiches, but like turkey pastrami. And I was like, ooh, I fucking love turkey pastrami. So I was like, I'm game. Let's go. So we go in. Okay, we find this really good bread that's super fucking tasty, that if anybody gets a chance to get it, I highly recommend. And it's a Rocky Mountain sourdough bread. It's made by this company in Colorado. I cannot think of what the name of the bread is. I want to say like Golden Harvest Bread Company or some shit like that. Not the point. The point is that's good ass bread though, because I brought some of that bread home and froze that shit when I went back down there. That's the point. But so we go get this sandwich shit. Dude, who we talking about? Stand by me, guy. She's like, dude, but before she goes in there, she's like, I'm gonna tell you about this guy. Like, and she was like, it was really weird the first time I went to this store. So then she tells me the story before we get out of the car, and then we go in, and then we see dude, and I'm like, holy shit, right? I'm like tripping out because I'm like, we just talked about this, right? So we're trying to act all cool while we check our shit out, right? We're like, oh, okay, But then we get back to the car, and I was like, holy shit. And Red's like, holy shit, like, did that just happen? Like, yes, it did, right? It did. Okay. So we're like, all right, we got our sandwiches. We're like, it's cool. We're going to go make sandwiches, right? And then that's when we found the dispensary that had just opened, because I was like, ooh, dude, I see a green cross. And Red was like, you didn't see no shit like that. I was like, yeah, I did. What the fuck is that? Is that a fucking dispensary? She's like, I don't fucking know. What is it? And so we pulled up to it. We walked in. It was nice as shit. We walk in. It's all nice and fancy inside. It was super cool. We ended up getting some shit, and then we get back in the car. Now, this is when Red's like, okay, would you like to go to the mountain? And I'm like, oh, yeah, the mountain. It seems fine. It's cool. Totally fine. Right? Right.
Wrong.
Okay. So this is where, like, shit starts to be like, okay. So, like, we just, we're going up the mountain. It's cool. Like, we got our sandwiches. It's going to be great. Red and I are just, rolling along. And all of a sudden, I see, like, a hole. And I'm like, you see that hole? And you're like, what hole? And I'm like, look, up there, like, on the rocks, like, on the mountain. There's, like, a hole in the mountain. And we stop, and we're like, do we go investigate this? And, I mean, it was pretty high up there, but it looked high enough up to where, like, we could do it. Like, we were going to make it. Like, we could climb up there. It was going to be fine. So, like, me and Red are like, should we even do this? Like, what's going to happen? You know what I mean? Are we even supposed to? Can we even do this? We don't know. So we're like, shit, let's just do it. Fuck it. So we climb up, we finally get there. And then that's when we find this like tunnel. And I mean a whole goddamn tunnel. Not just like, some shit that somebody built or like a little cave or some no.
I mean,
Whole
like,
goddamn board tunnel with like
and I
concrete.
mean, like, shine your fucking light in there from your phone and you can't see the end of it.
Right. And there's like railings inside and there's like a door halfway down and like but there's like this gate on the outside and it's like a circle hole, but there's like a lock on it. And so we're like, what's shit? At this point we're like, what's in there? Like, is there like a bear to keep in there? Like, is there going to be somebody who pops out at us? Like, what the fuck's going to happen? We're like, holy shit. So we're like, let's just climb back down, right? We're like, we're not this ballsy, we're not trying to do all that. So we're like, well, shit, climb back down. So then we go and we find somewhere to park, and then we sit and we make sandwiches, right? And so we're sitting, we're making sandwiches. It's great, right? And then until it wasn't.
Yeah.
We're sitting there, we're making sandwiches, and we're getting ready, about to eat, and then all of a sudden it's like a light switch, and boom, it just starts raining. And we're like, shit, this just ruined our like little picnic. Like, we just had this all set up, we were about to eat, it was gonna be great, sandwiches, mountain, Colorado, greatness.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Crestone Mountain.
Right, Crestone Mountain. It's gonna be great.
Yeah.
Yep. And then all of a sudden, like, it starts to get like crazy rain, like rain you haven't seen, just pouring out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're like, all right, well, yeah, like sheets of rain. So we're like, well, we might as well, just get, out of here and, go down off the mountain and, we'll eat our sandwich and
couldn't see shit.
Can't see shit. So we're like, fuck, this is shit. Like, and you're going down the mountain, you know what I mean? So it's like, you kind of want to be able to see.
And I mean, like, the road is that heavy that you literally cannot see. Like, windshield wipers on high going thud, 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 thud. You cannot see.
Girl, look.
Right.
I'm in a mountain. Rain's coming down like that. The first fucking thing going through my mind is, I'm gonna die.
Well, we're just like, shit, how do we get down, like, we didn't plan for this. Like, we just planned for sandwiches. And
y'all planned for sandwiches, and y'all got rain and darkness.
Right, and it doesn't rain that much there, so this is already a strange situation.
Yes.
But you know what? I'm going to go back with what Bonnie said like a little bit ago. Bonnie went like, holy crap, there would be no way I would go in there. Like, look. One, and I'm not being racist when I say this.
No, me and Red felt like this overwhelming, impending sense of doom and darkness about this whole. We both were like, we would not go in there. We didn't even want to be on the outside of it, really energetically. Why we both were like, let's climb back down.
I want to say this though is like, one, us fat white people don't belong in the mountains. I don't care what you say. I learned my lessons being in the fucking mountains in West Virginia. Screw that. You get me to go in this freaking haunted ass coal mine.
Red's place is cool because you can drive up a mountain. It's not like you're driving in the mountains. You drive up a mountain. So it's very different. Because, like, Red's Valley is, like, flat. So, like, you got to drive all the way to the mountain to get on the mountain, you see. Mm-hmm. So it's very different as far as like driving through the rest of anywhere that has mountains because you usually drive through them. We'll see where Red is, you have to drive to them, you see.
Bonnie, hell no. Hell no.
See, that's what I'm saying. That's what Crestone does. It tries to keep you there for the night and like suck you in. And so like we leave and then all of a sudden like we leave and like the rain starts to let up, but then all of a sudden we look and we see like an ambulance. Right? Like lone ambulance, lights blaring, just streaming past, and we were like, huh, right? Which
It
is
was
really
trying to
strange
kill
because
y'all.
there's only like one ambulance. So,
Right.
if something's happening, it's only because if it's happening,
Leave
I
me
can't
alone.
even know. It's a big deal. So we see this person. We're like, okay, we're a little concerned, but I don't know what we could have really done at the time. And we're like, shit. So we watch them go by, and then we keep going, right? And then all of a sudden, like, we hit the line, and all of a sudden the rain stops, like, completely. But you could still tell it was like raining behind you. And so we're like, shit. So then we go, and after that, we go to the pyre because we're like, yeah, you want to go do that too? And I was like, yeah, we might as well. Like, since the rain stopped, like, let's get out and look, right? So we get out, we look, we check it out, it was cool. Like, it's an open air pyre. Like, you can burn dead people, instead of a crematorium. So
Now,
it's
why do
kind of
you have to
cool
say
that it's like
dead people?
Zen raked, and it's like a circle. It's the only one that's in the United States.
Mhm.
Why did, out of all things you said you could burn, why did you have to say dead people?
Because that's what a
Because
pyre is.
Gee, that could have been you.
No, that's what the pyre's for. It's literally, there's a thing called the Crestone End of Life Project where they allow that as an option, open air burning of the bodies instead of going to a funeral home or getting burned at a traditional crematorium. So, like, that's an actual, like, real thing.
So wait, like the families can watch you burn.
Yeah,
yeah,
and have a whole ceremony, and like somebody stays out there for a whole night putting wood on the fire, and like
No,
it's like a
nope,
whole thing.
yep, nope. I would
it
say
is
that's
the
more
only
dramatic.
one. And as Scarlett said, it is the only one in the United States, and it's only one of two in the world.
So now wait a minute. So let me get this right. And I know I just asked this question, but I just want to make sure my ears heard what they heard. You're outside burning the dead body.
Yes.
Family
Yeah,
can
but
watch.
you're out in the middle of the desert and you ain't around
Right.
nobody.
Right. Family can watch.
And yeah,
Right.
family, friends, everybody.
Family,
But so
friends.
now my next
If they
question
allow
is,
community members, sometimes they would allow for that too. Like,
so my next question is, okay, and Red, this question's more directed towards you. Doing that, wouldn't the spirit kind of be stuck there if the body was burned there?
No.
no, your body is just a vessel.
Yeah.
Like, your spirit and soul is you,
That's how
but your
they've
body is just a
always
vessel.
did it. Like, that's how the Vikings did it. That's
Yep.
how, many, 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 many tribes, many Native American tribes burned bodies even. Burning the bodies was a very traditional thing.
Yeah, they
And
did that a lot. Did you ever watch Game of Thrones, Dwayne? They did that in Game of Thrones a
I
lot.
watched Game of Thrones. I know another movie that does it. Well, it's not a movie, but it's a TV show. Another show that I watch, and Scarlett's gonna laugh at me here because she laughs at me every time I bring the show up. Supernatural burns the bodies open.
Yeah,
They
see, so
wrap
I
it up
mean,
in a
this
cloth.
comes from like a place, you know what I mean? So it's like, yeah,
Right.
it's exactly, Bonnie, a
actually did
funeral
away with
pyre.
burning bodies out in the open because we started with the whole, like, oh, it's dangerous for health and blah, blah, blah.
Well, now
Which
my
I don't
next
think it
question
is,
is
because
COVID-19.
how come you can do whatever you want with the actual cremated remains? They're no longer considered a biohazard, cremated remains.
So that
So
was my
why
next
would that
question,
be an
Scar.
issue?
So with
What?
COVID-19 going on,
Hmm.
you burn a body in the open. You lungs, everything's burnt.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it ends up being like white bone ash. Like,
So my next question is, if they're doing that now, wouldn't that let COVID-19 be released even more?
no, because you would be like heating it up to. You have to heat a body so hot, dude. Do you know how hot you have to have that fire? Do you know how much wood you have to stack, like even to like burn a
I've
body?
never
Like,
watched a body literally burn besides on TV, so I don't know how hot it has to be.
it would have to be like 2,000, I think, degrees or more. They say for like to combust or like everything to burn everything down to like dust. Like it has to be very hot.
Now, and I am going to tell you this: if you were laughing at my Ninja Turtle pajamas, leave me alone.
No,
Because as soon as you saw my pajamas, you started laughing.
nope. Nope.
Good.
Yep. Nope. That's not what that was about.
But no, it's like I want to kind of go visit this town, but I don't know how scared shitless I would be when I got in it.
Yeah, you're gonna. It's very energetically taxing because then there's a next time, right? Okay, so then Mr. Tire and I come back out, right?
You went again?
Mm-hmm. And we're like, yeah, we got to bring Mr. Tire to
You're
Crestone
trying to
Mountain.
get Mr. Tire killed.
Well, we had to bring him because if I had to go and Red had to go, then he's got to go, right?
Y'all trying to get each other killed is what's going on here.
So this time we go and we bring like we bring Red's kids and we decide and we go do this whole thing again. And we stop at the store. Where didn't again dude pop out?
Yep.
Yeah. And was like, "Oh, I've seen you before."
Yeah.
Like, hi.
Yeah.
Right? So we're like, we get our sandwich stuff, right? Go get these same sandwiches because these sandwiches are good, okay? The sandwiches are what trick you into going into town because that's where you can go get these ingredients, you see. And so you can't get these sandwiches other places, otherwise we would go there. So that's how you get tricked in the first place because the sandwich is damn good. It is good. Even them
It
kids
is.
said it was good.
Yeah.
So we get there and we decide we go up Crestone Mountain, we park, we're hanging out, we're having a great time, we're making sandwiches, we're doing the picnic thing, right? And then what happens? Can you just guess, Dwayne?
No, my mom said to go with you.
So what happens, Red? We're making sandwiches, and we're about to eat said sandwiches.
Oh, it starts freaking raining.
Again. Okay. So I'm like, what the shit? I'm like, are you witnessing this right now? And everybody else in the car is like, what's wrong with you two? What are you guys talking about? Me. And we're like looking at each other like, is this really happening again? Like that is a raindrop, right? That you
I'll
felt,
be right back, Scarlett.
How you gonna be right
Okay.
back, Dwayne? We know the story. So we're like, oh no, it's raining again. Like, so literally, as we're like packing up, now we got to pack up everything because we were gonna sit there, have a great time, eat our sandwiches, enjoy our good time.
Yeah, Mr. Tire too wanted to do the whole like, let's hike up the mountain thing and
Right. Let's go look at, what we can see. Even though there's signs everywhere talking about don't get ate up by the bears.
right.
Right. Like literally everywhere. Like this mountain has like the locking trash cans and like the receptacles that scare the crap out of you because like they have to be locked or else the bears will get them. And they want me to like walk around. And it's like, no, Lucy. If you have to lock up the trash, I don't want to be walking around.
Scarlett's going like, I ain't going to die.
Right?
Going
But
like,
Yeah.
mind
I'm
you,
going to die.
But this time, it's Mr. Tire driving.
mhm.
Oh, Mr. Tires driving?
Yeah, because like we all went. Did we take 2 vehicles or did we just take the van?
No, we just took the van.
Right. Because we
No,
did
no.
all of it.
No, we did take 2.
Yeah, because when I sitting with you in the car,
Yep.
I swear. Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
So it
See,
was like
look,
deja vu for me and her, but everybody else was like, oh.
like, look,
Right.
I swear,
And I
and
mean,
I
literally,
love
like at
y'all.
the same time, like we were like at the same step of like making the sandwich.
I love y'all. But it seems like y'all had a death wish.
I mean, we're just trying to have sandwiches on a mountain, dude.
A sandwich on a mountain that you already knew the fucking outcome, and it happened again.
I mean, we had to bring Mr. Tire because he needed to experience it.
Like, look, I'm sorry.
Otherwise, was
This
it
reminds
real?
me of the Hills Have Eyes situation.
It does have that feel, though. I will give it that.
Some places.
It does. And like, mind you, after that time, this is when I had found out all these documentaries that are, there's only a couple on YouTube if you type in like Crestone documentary. But the one I watched was really strange, right? And it was like basically everybody, like they show like the people of Crestone and they're like at the little like coffee shop place, you know, where it's like, you know, the one place where people actually are in Crestone. And they are talking about, you know, the myth and the lore of the town. And, you know, basically they boast and brag in this documentary that they basically can turn off and on a portal to the town.
Yeah.
Like they claim they can make Crestone disappear. Now, what's really weird about this is that one thing that I just remembered that I was forgetting at the time. Remember how when we drove through that one spot that didn't like exist there before, but then all of a sudden existed, and you were like, "Holy shit, where'd this come from?"
Yeah.
And we were, yep. And that was the first time we had like experienced like a weird anomaly, right? And then like, oh, the thing about the ambulance that made it really weird when we left the first time was that the ambulance never came out. Now, mind you, there's only one way in and out of Crestone, okay? There's no like back roads, there's no side roads, there's no extra shit. There's one way in and out, okay? And you have to drive like a good 40 minutes out, okay, to get back to like the road and then end up eventually getting back to like Red's house.
Right.
Okay, now mind you, so we see this ambulance, lights blaring, you know, things happen, looking very serious, going into Crestone. Mind you, only one way in, one way out. We drove the whole time out and they never came out.
Yeah, no, they did not.
We never saw them come out.
Man.
Mm-hmm.
Like, y'all
Now,
make me really not want to go see
Bonnie,
Red.
the interesting part about this, how you brought up aliens, is that guess who does a camp every year in Crestone?
Who?
None other than Dr. Stephen Greer.
No, shut up.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Like, look, so my take
Where
on
they tried to get contact during these events, and he has a place in Crestone.
Yep.
I want to go do a paranormal activity search in Crestone. That would be cool.
The UFO watchtower is in the valley. That's it's pretty cool.
Like, look, from seeing what you guys are saying and everything, and someone that really does believe in the paranormal.
Yeah, Dr. Greer. No, I'm serious. No bullshit. Really, Dr. Greer. Yeah. He lives in Crestone for a portion of the year. I found this out later on.
Yes,
Like
he
most
does.
of the year he lives in like North Carolina or somewhere, but then like the other part he lives in Crestone. And
Yep.
he claims he can make contact.
Yep.
This is what he says. Now, mind you, all types of weird shit happens. Like there's all these missing persons posters in Crestone, okay? Like missing people, missing hikers, like have you seen me type things, right? Which does make you feel quite uneasy because you're like, why are all these people missing? It's like last seen in Crestone, and it's like Crestone's like 2 blocks long, literally. So how do you like last seen in Crestone? There's one way in, one way out.
Right.
Like, how do you get lost? So these are the questions that we have. This is why you feel concerned, because you've got some of these like new agey, weird, shady characters, right? Who like either think maybe they are God, or some of them think that they are like messengers from God, or like you've got the people who work at the ashrams or the temples or all these other places who are like heavy ultra spiritual guy, like JP's Tears. Like it's real serious down there. So you get like all these different, and a lot of people go down there to try to like have a second chance at life, or like restart their life. There's a lot of earth homes. There's a lot of like crunchy type living, lots of hippies, man. But there's like this weird, I don't know what to call it. I don't know. You don't feel right when you're there.
It seems like y'all literally had a paranormal experience while in this town.
Yeah, like I feel like we had a few of them, and like we lost like even little bits of time.
And then there's the taco lady.
Oh, right.
And she was in like this little taco wagon, like right as you're coming to Crestone by the kiosk. And she freaking, like, the first time we ever stopped there, because baby daddy was like, oh, let's stop and get tacos.
Tacos, right.
And so we did, and I went into the kiosk to read stuff, and he goes to order tacos, and I come around the corner, and this girl's like holding his hand kinda, and like asking him all these weird questions, and I could just see her sucking the energy right out of him, and he's like not even noticing. And the minute she sees me, she breaks all contact and like scurries into her little place, and like pretty much
there is light phenomena body. Oh, the me and Red can tell you about this light phenomenon. Okay, there's this legend out there, but we're gonna continue talking about Taco Lady. But we're gonna talk about strange lights. Okay, we're gonna talk about that next. Continue, G.
Yeah, and then she just takes off and pretty much throws out the remaining tacos, and then is like closes the door, won't nothing.
Right. And that's it.
Yep.
Like, and you can't get tacos, and there ain't no tacos.
Yep.
It was strange. Now, regarding the light thing, okay, so me and Red, I'm at Red's house. It's me and Red. Me and Red are laying in the bed, right? And, you could see out the window in Red's old place, right? And we're laying, and we're like, okay. And I'm like, I don't think we had totally went to bed yet. I think we were just like laying there in bed. And I was like, "Do you see that light, G?" And she's like, "What light?" And I'm like, "That light, like way out there." Now, mind you, there's no lights out by Red. There's no lights. There's not a street lamp. There's no light. No. It's dark as shit. Okay. So we see this light. Okay. And this light is really bright. And it's like a car light. Like a headlight. Okay. And we keep seeing this headlight. But it's like getting closer to us, right? But we're not seeing like anything like occur with this light. So we're like, what the shit? So I'm like, are you seeing this? And she's like, yeah, I'm seeing this. And I'm like, okay. I'm like, good. At least I know I'm not like super like extra Rocky Mountain high because, you're in Colorado. So I'm like, I've been partaking in the marijuana. It's like, am I just like really high right now? Like, what's wrong with me? And so we keep watching and the light keeps getting closer. Like it's coming down the road at us. Okay, it keeps coming and it looks like it's a large vehicle. It doesn't look like it's a small vehicle. It looks large. The light looks large. Okay, it keeps coming at us, gets close. Like I would say probably gets what would be perceived distance halfway and then just boom, disappears.
Gone.
Like completely gone. Like not we saw the car turn because you okay with Reds Valley you have a clear view for literally like
And
as far as your eye can goddamn see.
You also have
in
to
either
understand
direction.
we were coming back from Hooper and we're on the back road. And again, it's one way in, one way out. You can't do anything. And this light is coming at us. We weren't laying in bed, wasn't that was when we were coming back from Hooper.
That was the other weird van creepy people light that we didn't know about. But remember when we were laying in bed and even Peanut Gallery saw it too and was like, what the shit is that? Remember that? Mm-hmm. That one was weird that night.
It's hard for me to remember all the times I see.
Because remember then we had heard about like this stories. So apparently people have been talking about, there's like these urban legends out in the mountain, right? Like mountain tales, I guess you could call them, where like supposedly like there's this van, like this white van or a van, like rides around and like shines this light on you, right? And then when it shines its light on you, like supposedly if it ever gets like up to you or whatever, like people have like never been seen again after that.
Right.
Blinded by light.
Right.
Sorry,
So
that after hearing that, just kind of popped in my mind.
it was creepy as shit though, because like you can see for as far as the eye can see.
Sorry, you're echoing really bad.
I know. I don't know what to do about the echo. There's nothing I can do. I can't change devices. I've tried to switch audio settings. I've tried to do everything. I've used 2 different phones. I don't know what to do about it.
No, I'm seeing where it's coming from because when you talk, Red's freaking talk icon goes boom.
Okay, well, there's nothing we can do about it. We can't change it.
I just didn't know if you noticed. I was just going like, you're echoing.
Yeah, there's nothing I can really do. But you can see really far perspective-wise, so you'd see a car turn. You would see a car coming. There's no way to be like, oh, I see something and then it disappears. Like in the city, you might see something and then might have seen it at the slide of your eye and then it's gone. Well, where Red lives, there's nowhere for people to go. It's a flat valley and it's only so far wide. And you can see both sides. Damn near just being awake. So to see these lights, like, it's strange. And you don't know where they're coming from.
And you make a good point. This would make a good story. It's as good as or better as a Stephen King story.
And it's the creepy part is that it's all real. It happened to me and Red.
Y'all should literally write a book about this shit.
Like, we could write creepy Crestone tales or something, because I'm telling you, man, we got some stories.
Bro, these are some fucking creepy stories, like some paranormal fucking stories.
It's weird shit.
I bought a goat out of Crestone that like died 5 days later.
And the creepy part about that is Goat Lady was telling you about how this happened.
Yep.
Goat Lady was like, don't buy no goats from Crestone. When they get out of Crestone, they don't survive.
Yep.
That's what the Goat Lady said.
Bro, like, look, y'all telling me this, and here's two things.
We don't like going to Crestone. Like, that's the whole point. So, like, if you've ever heard, like, Red and I say, like, we just say going to Crestone, like, okay, like, it's cool to visit for, like, an hour or, like, just go quickly or if you have a purpose to go. Because there is, like, the natural health food store there.
Okay,
So, like,
like,
for
no,
herbs and
crazy.
tinctures and shit like that, and like specialty foods that you would need at like a Whole Foods or something, you would go to like the Elephant Cloud.
I want to say this. My mom, you're fucking crazy. My mother just said to me, y'all are lucky. I would love to do something like that. Mom, shut your
Man,
ass up and just
Crestone
sit
is
and
so
relax.
weird. It like pulls energy out of you though. Like you feel very energy depleted when you leave. Like you have to be very spiritually guarded before you go into this town. Like
I'm not letting my fucking mom go like 10 feet near that fucking
you
thing.
have to be
Sit
like,
your ass.
yeah, you have to be very like spiritually guarded because you will get attacked in that town. Psychic
Bro, and
attack.
that's what I was
That's
just about to say
almost like
too.
a guarantee.
It seems like there's either angry ass fucking spirit sitting there or the devil's really fucking doing something.
We think it's the latter, personally. We think it could be like a portal for evil.
Like something that like another spirit has opened up.
Like the devil, like demons, like a portal. Yeah, like that type of shit. Like a vortex.
So
there's a tear in the veil there.
Correct.
Oh.
Because they have like stupas and they have all like the right type of religious buildings that if they put like harnessed all that energy together, I don't know what they would do.
Do you know what? And Bonnie mentioned that. I'm gonna go find it real quick. I'm gonna pull up because Bonnie even said that, and I'm trying to find it.
Oh, that's a good idea. Do like an episode each week show. That would be a good one. Yeah, Red and I could just tell stories about what we know that's all creepy.
See, that's what Bonnie said.
That's real though.
You cannot even do a live from Crestone because there's no service. Your phone goes dead. You can't make calls. You can't.
No, you can't get. Yeah, so like once you go in, you can't even like get a hold of the outside world. Like it's really creepy. And then half of Crestone is the Baca Grande,
Right?
Which is not American soil. It's actually Spanish land.
Like my impression is like you probably couldn't even wear like religious items in there without it like breaking off.
That could be a potential thing.
Like because here's my thing. This is just for me doing like studies and stuff about this and everything and having a lot of conversations read about spirits. If you got more than one angry, pissed off demonic spirit and you try to wear like a cross or even take like a Bible in there, y'all screwed.
I mean, there's Christian religion on the mountain too, but there's all the religions on the mountain. Hindus, there's Buddhists, there's Taoists, there's Christians, there's Jews, and literally every religion of the world is represented in that valley on the mountains.
Yeah.
Like they're all up in the mountains, and there's like 15, I believe 15 total.
It's one very large something, and they're all containing it or thinking that they are. But there's a rip in the veil. Things have been coming through, and it's slowly seeping out.
So, Bonnie, that's what I was saying is watch a Bible. You take a Bible into this mountain, into this valley, and it
bursts into flames. Like now, mind me, I'm a very devout Christian. Everybody knows this. But y'all literally making me not want to step foot into this city, country, whatever the heck this thing
It is
is.
kind of like a country. Now, here's a book that I got when I was at Red's house. It's called Custom Gateway to Higher Realms.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Why wouldn't you get the book? You're in the town. Like, why wouldn't you get the book?
What the hell is wrong with
A
you?
comprehensive guide to Crestone, Colorado, and area attractions. The Baca National Wildlife Refuge, because Great Sand Dunes National Park is there, and that's my favorite place. Great Sand Dunes.
Scarlett,
Great
you got
Sand
some
Dunes
issues.
National Park and Preserve.
Scarlett,
It's a
you
great
got
place.
issues.
But that's where the Raging River of Death is, and Red does not like Great Sand Dunes because of the Raging River of Death, and I don't blame her on that.
Red, I
But
love
it
you, but
wasn't a Raging River of Death when I went.
if
But
I
the book is
come,
very interesting, though. It talks about, because like the guy who actually like wrote the book, right? And they show you the picture, like the information center. Hold on, let me show you that, because they actually do show you that in the book.
Red, if I
Like where
come
we
to
stopped at the
Colorado,
little information booth, like how I told you how we stopped at like the information booth. That's the little information booth.
Red, if I ever come to Colorado, please, 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 please,
But the
please.
guy who wrote it, as far as like for all of us who are into like seismology and stuff like that, this guy is an archaeologist who figured out like how to date earthquakes and faulting in Crestone. And he was one of the first people who realized like the layers of sediment could show like big events that happened in like weather history. So it is very interesting. Like without Crestone, there would be things that we wouldn't understand how to date without that. But it's very interesting. They say the religious centers of the Baca may differ from what Americans are used to, relying more on the teachings and interpretations of living teachers, Rinpoches in Buddhism and gurus in Hinduism, than an ancient written body of dogma such as the Bible or Talmud. Religious hierarchy that grants these teachers status is not as rigid as, say, the Pope or the Roman Catholic Church. Rinpoches can be proclaimed by other Rinpoches, or in some cases self-proclaimed. Most spiritual centers are open to the public, at least for part of the year. In some cases, they like visitors to call ahead. Now, I haven't went to any of these little spiritual centers because honestly, most of them are not open. They say some of them are open, but they're not open. Okay?
Nope. They never are.
Never. Isn't that weird? They say it exists and they say you can go, but you can never go.
Right.
So that's one of the weird things that we thought, because we were just like, like that's strange. But here's the map that shows like all the different religious centers, where they are on the mountain, like how they're like all in the Baca, and and they have really interesting names of streets like Dream Way, and like all the Tranquil Way, like all these like interesting little names, for streets, right? But it's very interesting because it's an interesting town. It's an interesting place. There's lots of activities. There's lots of places where you can like drive up on Jeep roads, and a lot of peaks are up there, like the Crestone Peaks, the Crestone Needles. A lot of people have tried to go up there. Challenger Point, a lot of people have died off of. Kit Carson Peak, all these places. But yeah, Crestone is a very interesting place. There's a lot of history. There's a lot of interesting activities that occur there. Let's just put it like that. And they do proclaim they're extraterrestrial, you know, past. Because I mean, where Red lives, like, you know, we've talked about this before. This is where like the first like cattle mutilations happened, but actually it really happened with the horse.
Right.
So it's interesting. And that was at the bottom of Blanca, which is a big old giant mountain. And that's always interesting. So they've always used it there because CSETI like takes like road trips out there. And if people don't know what that is, that's the Center for Study of Extraterrestrial Intelligence. And like I said already, you got Stephen Greer out there too. And then there's some like weird like stone meditation seats that are out there too. And those are really weird and nobody knows where those came from or how nobody's ever found like any other ones that look like this in the country. So it's very interesting. There's lots of like weird history there. Let's just put it like that.
Right.
Weird little stone houses out there that are just random.
Right.
Weird shit. You know, but there's also like, you know, cool shit too. Like there's a lot of people building like houses like you've never seen and you know, just some really cool things, but there's also some creepy shit. Okay? Some creepy shit. That's
Sounds like some fucked up shit.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, they try to be like, oh, it's, you know, it's all metaphysical, you know, it's great. Everybody lives sustainable lifestyles. We're so eco-friendly. It's Crestone. We're great. Okay. Now, and that's no disrespect to the people of Crestone because there's not been like one person that I've been like, oh, that person's like super extra creepy. You know what I mean?
Well,
It's just the overall vibe the town gives you. It's not even like nobody even has to be out for you to feel this way.
right.
That's what's weird about it. Right? Man, don't let your car break down at night when you're there. You don't be there at night. Look, me and Red don't be there at night. Okay? Like that's real. You go during daylight hours.
Yeah.
That's real. Because you don't go to Crestone at night. That's something that we've said a lot. Like you don't go to Crestone at night. Because you don't know what will happen. You know, there's the Upping. I don't know if people have listened to it, but the Up and Vanish podcast, season 2, was about a missing person from Crestone.
Yes.
And
Crystal.
Crystal.
Risinger.
And yes, Crystal Risinger. And if people haven't listened to that, it's a very interesting podcast about, you know, the disappearance of and, you know, things that they found and just the way that now some of the things in that podcast are completely wrong, right? As a person who's been there, as a person who knows Red knows people from Crestone, some of the crap was wrong. But some of the stuff that they were picking up on, some of the vibes were correct.
Right.
Let's put it like that. The vibe was correct.
Right.
Oh, I'm sure there's something in the earth like quartz or limestone or something like great sand dunes. I don't know what all that sand is made of, but like they know that there was a volcanic eruption in the valley many years ago. They teach you this at the Great Sand Dunes, like little movie you get to watch when you go to the national park. And so when you go there, they tell you about this explosion and all this stuff that happened that basically formed the valley. So I wouldn't doubt if there isn't something in the ground rock-wise that is causing it, like some type of, you know, rock formation or potential rock deposit. Because, you know, the Colorado is real serious about their mine rights. And they own the minerals, and they're very serious about this. And if you find any minerals, they will try to take your shit from you.
Mm-hmm.
So Yeah, you know what I mean? Like they're not playing with that. Colorado is not playing. And
Right.
so it just makes you wonder what it could be composed of, why they hold it under lock and key.
Right.
That's all. It's a very creepy place, man.
It
That's all I
is.
can really say about it. It's a very strange, um, energetic field that you feel there.
For
That's
sure.
for yes. It's not like just like your, run everyday run of the mill town. It was very strange.
Yeah, it is. It is pretty freaking
It's a creepy place, y'all. It's a
weird.
cool place and it's beautiful too, but like some weird shit be happening. Okay.
For
So
sure.
that's it. That's all I can say. Some weird creepy shit happens. Can we prove this weird creepy shit? Some of it we can, some of it we can't. We gotta take our word for it. So yeah, that's my addition to creepy Creststone stories.
Okay, I have a question for you talking about kind of paranormal shit.
Okay.
Has anyone ever like had sleep paralysis happen?
Have what?
Sleep paralysis?
I've never had sleep paralysis
Bro,
happen.
okay, so check this, right?
You never saw that town in your road trips?
Yeah,
Did you ever just go down 285, Bonnie?
so
Did
check
you
this, bro.
did you ever go down that far and then go I guess you would go off of 285 to then go the other way to get to Creststone and then get to Great Sand Dunes and all that good fun stuff.
So Scarlett, check
So
this shit, right?
I'm surprised because there's only one way down to Reds Valley. There's only one way in, one way out. You can either go over through like Canyon City, or you could go down all the way towards like Durango, Alamosa way and come up that way. But there's only up at the top at Salida, so you can either cross over or through. But you're only getting in at Salida or at the bottom. That's it.
Scarlett.
Huh?
So check this shit, right?
Check in.
So this whole sleep paralysis thing, dude, is put that down. I didn't. Do you stop grabbing shit off my bed?
I think it was on your bed.
No, it was on my bed, but so check this. Kenzie was here when this happened. I woke up like, and this just happened like while you're actively dreaming, but you can see and hear around you. I woke up, dude, not being able to move, couldn't talk, and I felt like something was sitting on my chest. Like the only thing I could do is look around with my eyes, you know what I mean? And I'm stuck there, just laying there, and Kenzie's talking to me, going like, Dwayne. Dude, and I'm dead quiet. I can't talk. Scarlett, I can't open my mouth. I can't move my hands, my head, my arms, my legs, nothing.
I have a stick. Damn.
You know what? Fuck you. But dude, it was like so creepy because like I was having issues breathing, like Scarlett. It felt like something was sitting on my chest. And it hurt so bad. Scarlett's muted.
Bonnie said that she studied that in college, and it's more common in males.
Dude, it just hurt like you're stuck.
She says when you dream, you are supposed to be paralyzed so that you do not hurt yourself at night. People with that become conscious yet still are paralyzed. Very common, Dwayne.
Well, you have also times though when you are in such a deep
Which makes sense because, like, I don't know if you're supposed to be paralyzed, though. Like, Mr. Tire, like, jerks in his sleep. Like, it's only right before he, like, falls into a deep sleep, though, but it's weird because, like, his body, like, freaks out and is like, and, like, he can't sleep.
Yeah, and like my Yeah, my mom's saying that when
Shut up for a second. Or you'll just put your head down. Or sometimes you can cross your legs and you go like this. And getting you to lay back down is the hardest fucking thing to do.
yeah, and like my mom's saying is like I'll shoot up in the middle of my sleep. I'll cross my legs, put my hand down, like go like this with my legs crossed. Or I'll sit up.
Sometimes you don't cross your legs, you just sit up and put your head down.
Yeah, and sometimes I sit up and put my head down. But I remember waking up like that one morning. Is I woke up and I was laying up here by the window and I shot up and I thought someone. So here's my bed where my mom's at. My window's right here. I had my blind open, Scarlett. I thought someone was standing in front of that window. I woke up and was gonna punch the shit out my window because it looked like somebody was standing there.
I've been shot up in my room. My light was on and I was in my room.
Dude, just some strange things happening when I sleep. And I'm not liking it.
Scarlett back on.
Yeah, go ahead and ask a question.
Okay, Scarlett Loretta, can you hear me?
Yep.
I have a question. I was in
Okay.
there listening to y'all when you were talking about whatever place you guys was and talking about like the foods and like the all the religions that are in there and everything. And some places like that, some religion can overpower the others.
I'm sure, but it's hard to figure out who's in control.
And
Is
especially
basically what we mean by that.
because wherever religion is at, wherever there's light, there's dark. And especially if it's dark spirits that are there, it can be enough to try to overpower the light, but not enough to, I mean, enough to do damage, but not enough to like hurt everybody that.
Right. Yep. That's
So one thing-
basically
so-
kind of what it is.
could be feeling like peaceful and everything, and then another minute you guys could just feel like stuck or hard to breathe or like just uneasy. It's because wherever light spirits are at, and it doesn't matter like the religion, and if there's a lot of religion up there, that means there's a lot of light. But with a lot of light brings extreme darkness. It's like a battle with each other. It's almost like a territorial thing too. So if you're standing in one spot and you're feeling peace and you're feeling okay, and then you move like 1 foot and it just feels like you fell into a bottomless pit because that's
You're okay.
the way you're feeling. That's why, because everything is, wherever there's dark, there's light.
Right.
Why did you hand me this damn thing? You know I don't like being on here.
Right. I don't know what he's doing.
Stop being a wuss
But
about
that's
it.
interesting though that you brought that up because I do think that's what it is. Don't you agree, Red, that that is probably a little bit of the mix of what's happening?
Sure.
You know.
I don't need them more.
But you know, I just think it's very, very interesting
The oven, but it's
what happened.
to
That's all.
just move that. Just run the microwave.
So I don't know, Red. I don't know if you're ready to wrap it up or what you're trying to do here.
Me too. I have an appointment with the DMV
Oh,
tomorrow.
do you finally? Good.
Yes.
They're gonna let you in. What?
Yes.
I'm about to go on if you want to come on for a little bit.
Okay. Well, we'll do that after, but yeah, sounds good. I'm glad you can finally get in and get that taken care of, but
Yep.
continue. Yeah, so
Dare to be different, dare to be you, and dare to learn to love yourself unconditionally.
from the land of 10,000 lakes and from the highest desert valley in the great American Southwest. Good night, universe.
from the seas and the sky and from the great Buckeye state of Ohio. Night, y'all.
Scar, staying on.
Scar, are you staying on?